On July 1, 3 days after the NATO coalition force landed in South America, a press conference was held in Moro. Moro sympathizes with what FARC has experienced. The people of Colombia's southern provinces have the right to choose their own destiny. If the fake politicians do not give them this opportunity, they have the right to defend their rights. The MLL people have suffered because of Western countries' unjust intervention. We have spent half a century of blood in exchange for a hard-won victory. We know how difficult it is. During this difficult era, someone should stand up and say no to those gesticulating villains. If there is no one, then we should stand up and carry the banner of justice. We condemn NATO's decision to interfere in Colombia that bypassed the United Nations. Obtaining the authorization of the country concerned does not mean that NATO has obtained the consent of all citizens of the country concerned. If NATO really, as they advertise, support democracy, sovereignty, and freedom, then they should promote freedom, not escalate the war. Many countries condemned the NATO coalition force. After all, the NATO coalition force bypassed the UN Security Council after the United Nations vote failed to gain approval. They used the trick by obtaining authorization from the Colombian Congress to participate in the civil war. It made no sense in legal terms. However, just like the Iraq War in 2003, the UA, knowing that it could not obtain the authorization of the United Nations, directly bypassed the United Nations and declared war on Iraq through NATO. It was impossible to use rationality to approach international affairs. Because hegemony ruled above legal principles. So far, Santos's speech was still above average. Some reporters at the press conference even started to yawn, and jotted down, "Moro condemned the NATO coalition force today." However, at this moment, Santos turned the speech to the next page, cleared his throat, and declared, "Moro will send volunteer soldiers to FARC to defend independence and freedom until the NATO coalition force withdraw from South America." The silence at the press conference was terrifying. The reporters were all petrified and turned into immobile wax figures. Send, soldiers. Everyone questioned whether it was an illusion or reality. There is no question session, the press conference is over. Santos waved his hand and walked behind the scenes. The press conference is over. No question session. Please stay, Mr. Santos, Moro is sending soldiers to Colombia. Are you sure you are not joking? Moro will support. The scene became chaotic, and frenzied reporters swarmed up. The prepared soldiers immediately stepped forward and formed a wall around the podium. They stopped all the reporters and worked with the staff to persuade the reporters to leave the scene. The next day, Santos and his army made the headlines of every major newspaper and television news around the world. The dictator's speech at the press conference shocked everyone. Moro to send volunteer soldiers to Colombia, to support FARC. In other words, they were ready to engage in a war with the NATO coalition force. When most people heard the news, their first reaction was not to feel impressed by the courage of the dictator but to open the map to find the location of Moro. Many years had passed since the Moro Country F war, and most had already forgotten the small country in the Western Pacific. It was only then that they suddenly remembered how celestial trade maintained its influence on the small country. Future 1.0's press had the honor to interview the dictator and even produced an interview column specifically for Santos. Based on the order of Jiang Chen, the news column of Future 1.0 avoided the taint of Santos himself, gave a positive evaluation of Moro intervention, and severely criticized NATO coalition forces' intervention. Unsurprisingly, the UA media such as the Washington Post and the New York Times quoted the interview with Future 1.0 but did not quote its thoughts. Instead, the content satirized Moro and pointed the move as a handshake between two big drug lords. It was true, given that before the founding of the country, Santos was involved in drugs. Moro's move to send soldiers had created widespread discussion in the UA. The UA official responded quickly. The capital spokesperson first sneered and defined Santos's speech as nonsense. The Secretary of Defense even laughed in an interview as they joked about how Morrow planned to transport the soldiers. Fishing boats. Or inflatable boats. However, on the second day, they couldn't laugh anymore. It turned out that when the press conference was held, the Morrow soldiers had already arrived in Venezuela with the help of celestial trade. Coordinated by Russia, with Venezuela keeping an eye closed, these soldiers dressed as civilians quickly boarded trucks and drove to the border between Colombia and Venezuela. After they entered Cucuta, they immediately stepped onto the battlefield with weapons and equipment from celestial trade. Although celestial trade did not directly participate in the war, it provided all-round support outside the field. Especially on intelligence. In addition to guns, ammunition, and light and heavy firepower, celestial trade also provided 500 tablets to the Morrow soldiers. These tablets could obtain real-time high-definition satellite images of the battlefield through the Sky Eye system deployed above South America. It came with positioning, height, and distance measurement. With this gadget, a mortar could pinpoint exactly where to fire. It was not only accurate, but it also made firing 2 shots, then changing to another location possible. This made it more effective than missiles. On the day after the Morrow soldiers marched into Colombia, the NATO coalition force and the Colombian government force launched the fiercest offensive against Pamplona, controlled by the FARC. In the mountains near Pamplona, the two sides exchanged heavy fires. Morrow was indeed a master in guerrilla warfare. The NATO coalition force 24 hours offensive did not manage to take down the palm-sized town of Pamplona. Instead, a Cobra gunship was downed and 4 armor vehicles were destroyed. 32 hours after the offensive started, the NATO coalition force and the Colombian government forces finally called the mission, as they retreated from the mountainside with the wounded soldiers and the remains of the deceased. On the FARC and Morrow side, after they successfully repelled NATO coalition forces, their morale was boosted as they quickly regained their lost position. After Timochenko heard the victory from the front line, the haze between his brows suddenly disappeared. He discovered that the fabled NATO was not as invincible as he had imagined. At least in the Andes, in the tropical rain forests of Colombia, the FARC experienced in guerrilla warfare seemed to have an upper hand. On July 1, a cargo ship marked with the Saudi royal family emblem set off from Jeddah port, and headed away from the Gulf of Aden. The patrolling UA soldiers did not stop the ship for long before they allowed it into public water. On the morning of the same day, Celestial Trade and Morrow Navy launched a joint military exercise in the Western Pacific. The military exercise was not limited to anti-ship, anti-submarine, anti-air exercises, but also included landing combat and urban combat, codenamed Defense Determination, which lasted for 3 days. Although this military exercise turned into Celestial Trade showing off its high-tech equipment, it still achieved the effect Jiang Chen wanted, to show his position to the angered NATO. If NATO launched retaliatory military operations against Morrow, Celestial Trade was ready to intervene. They must now weigh their decision if they decide to open another battlefield outside of South America. It was the 3rd day of the military exercise. 5 Guardian-class frigates installed with the modified Type 50J electromagnetic pulse cannons were lined up at sea, and there were more than 10 ships including anti-submarine destroyers, guided missile cruisers, supply ships, and submarines that patrolled around. Other than the fact that it lacked an aircraft carrier, the fleet was not inferior to any aircraft carrier battle group in the world. Jiang Chen and Ivan stood in the flagship bridge. Jiang Chen's eyes squinted at the satellite images on the holographic screen. Under the Sky Eye military satellite, there were no secrets that could stay hidden under its watch in the Pacific Ocean. The positions of the enemy and friendly units were all marked with the distance, direction, and speed parameters listed. Santos and Morrow naval officers also stood inside the bridge as they were amazed by the holographic screen floating directly in front of them. Everything here was a novelty to them, especially the satellite image that marked the positions of the units. It was not difficult to tell what this meant for naval warfare in the information age. Unfortunately, there is no aircraft carrier. If the Celestial Trade Navy is equipped with an aircraft carrier, with such an immense information advantage, it would be impossible to find an opponent that can compete with this fleet in the world. Among the audience, someone sighed regretfully. In today's naval thinking, the aircraft carrier was the core and soul of a fleet. A fleet without an aircraft carrier and carrier-based aircraft was incomplete. Jiang Chen actually considered developing Celestial Trade's own aircraft carrier before, but after some deliberation, he gave up on the idea. First of all, Jiang Chen never intended to waste too much production capacity from future military on the sea, so it never planned to build a warship in the first place. Most of the warships were manufactured in Russian shipyards and then brought to Xi'an for secondary modification by future military. The Russians were certainly willing to sell the aircraft carrier to Celestial Trade, but their willingness was only limited to conventionally powered aircraft carriers. For example, it was not even remotely possible for Russia to sell nuclear-powered aircraft carriers as well as its core technology. Regardless of their relationship, this idea was off the table, similar to how Celestial Trade would never sell the Type 50 electromagnetic pulse cannon. The technical difficulty of converting a conventionally powered aircraft carrier into a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier was not on the same level as changing the main gun of a frigate. Of course, it was not impossible, but more so it was not necessary. After all, the ultra-long cruising radius of Aurora 20 made the need for aircraft carriers less meaningful. The horizontal distance is 127 nautical miles, the target is locked. Fire. The launch pod of the guided missile cruiser opened, and with the roar of homing noises, the orange swords shot into the sky. In the area 127 nautical miles away, 6 scrapped cargo ships were used as target ships. They were arranged in a triangular formation on the sea, as they sailed in the direction of Guam at a speed of 20 knots. A total of 6 missiles all hit directly on target. The flames of the explosion erupted one after another as the cargo ships sank to the bottom of the sea. When the high-altitude drone transmitted the screen of the target ships destroyed to the bridge, the black smoke of the explosion could be seen in the horizon. Captain Lei Zheng put down the binoculars in his hand, then performed a military salute to Jiang Chen and Ivan. "Sir, the targets are destroyed. All missiles hit on target." There was applause from the audience. Among them, not only representatives of Morrow, but also representatives from Hua, Germany, and even Nippon, all of them showed the same hint of surprise. The missiles hitting targets were nothing surprising, since they all could achieve the same result with drone guidance. What really surprised them was the cruise speed of the anti-ship missile. "Are you sure that was not a cannonball?" Lei Zheng returned to the post and began preparations for the next stage of drills under the command. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze from the satellite image and looked at Ivan. "What's the next drill?" "All maritime exercises have been completed. The next one is the landing drill," Ivan replied. "It's time to test the new equipment." Jiang Chen and Ivan looked at each other and exchanged a heartfelt smile. Finally, it was an opportunity for Morrow to perform. Of course, their poor financial situation made it difficult for them to afford cruisers and frigates that cost up to hundreds of millions of dollars, but they could certainly afford rubber boats. Landing operations were the only exercise they could showcase their expertise. Guardian-class frigates lined up on the sea, and 4 thick and long Type 50J electromagnetic pulse cannons were aimed at the coast. The glaring white lights flashed one after another, orange ballistic trajectories ripped through the sky, and the exploding dusts connected one after another onto the bunkers on the shore. After a round of fire barrage, the assault boat was released by Celestial Trade's large transport ship. Most of the soldiers on the assault boats were Morrow soldiers. At almost the same time when the assault boat was put down, 30 Crocodile 20 amphibious assault vehicles suddenly appeared out of the coast about 15 meters away. Like preying crocodiles, they bit towards the beach. As soon as the well-equipped celestial trade marines reached the beach, they quickly followed the amphibious assault vehicles and the attack drones, and advanced towards the bombarded position. At the same time, Moro's assault boats also reached the beach. Soldiers with military green camouflage rushed in with light weapons, and quickly seized the bunkers bombed by artillery. They raised small red flags onto the turret and bunker positions. Before the landing operation began, Jiang Chen walked from the bridge to the deck of the ship. Compared with the narrow bridge, the field of vision here was wider and clearer. Jiang Chen put down the binoculars in his hand as he held on to the railing. He looked to the beach with his eyes narrowed. With the wind blowing his face and in a delightful mood, the corner of his mouth curved up as he spoke to Ivan next to him. "I always feel that something is missing there." "What is missing?" Ivan asked immediately. "It's at that place." Jiang Chen casually pointed to the beach, and laughed. "Don't you think there is still a Statue of Liberty missing?" Ivan was taken aback, and then he laughed along. "Would you like me to get someone to build one there, and we can reconduct the drill?" "There is no need." Jiang Chen smiled, shook his head, and waved his hand. "If that day comes, it won't be a drill." In the woods of the Andes, the leaves rustled. Two Asian soldiers in camouflage laid on the ground, their faces painted with black ink. Without being close, it was nearly impossible to see the two faces hidden in the shadow of the bushes. The forest was terribly quiet, and the two laid motionlessly on their stomachs, as if they were waiting for something. Not far away, there was a crisp sound. The two faces under the bushes also disappeared silently. Two NATO soldiers, one after another, carefully pushed aside the bushes and avoided the dead branches on the ground. With their backs hunched, they followed the shadow of the tropical vegetation as they headed towards the mountain, and then they bumped into the gunpoint of the Moro guerrillas. Gunshots passed through the dense rainforest, and bullets burst out from the shadows and rained on the two. Before they even had time to react, the two NATO soldiers fell to the ground with a terrifying howl. Two Moro soldiers got out from behind the banana leaf and quickly ran to the two NATO soldiers who were killed. "Where are their tags?" "Give me one." "Take it." "Huang Saiken." "What is this name?" Mathari couldn't understand the Korean written on the front, but fortunately, there was English phonetic notation. "Probably a Korean." "Regardless, you can exchange it for military merit anyway." His comrade stuffed another soldier tag into his bag, and then quickly searched the Korean to confirm that there was nothing left. Then he spat on the ground and stood up. The target was found, two NATO soldiers, both are down. After Mathari reported to the headquarters with his voice suppressed, he glanced at the corpse on the ground, shocked by the scene. Not only red liquid flowed out, but also white stuff oozed out, yellow liquid as well. Good Lord, one probably hit the sack. No wonder he howled so miserably before he died. That afternoon, after the two received an order, they returned to their base of operations on Highland 421. They came to a tent in the corner of the barracks. Mathari walked in with his comrade and handed the tag to the celestial trade officer. The officer took the tag and examined it for a moment, then he opened a notebook, and searched for Mathari's number and name. He took a pen and added a line to a word. When Mathari saw this, a bright smile appeared on his face as he revealed his white teeth. Although he didn't recognize what the word meant, he understood the meaning of the lines. The line represented 100 XIN new dollars, which was almost equivalent to their monthly salary. At the end of the month, the money would be directly deposited to their personal account. Even if they were killed in battle, their families would receive the money. It was a reward for the guerrilla soldiers. At this time, it was either NATO scouts or elite soldiers on special operations who were active in the rainforest. They were all high-value targets. When they first heard the news, the Moro soldiers almost started to sing in celebration. It even got to a point where after someone downed a soldier, they took the head instead if they couldn't find the tag. This kind of disgusting and inhumane behavior was quickly banned by celestial trade. Photos were used instead if tags were missing. It was not until this ban was introduced that the remains of the poor NATO soldiers were spared. But soon, Mathari raised his eyebrows and cried at the notebook. "Hey, why does he have one more than me? It's not fair." It was the same tag, but his comrade received one more stroke than he did, which immediately caused his dissatisfaction. Because his tag belongs to the 13th Marine Corps Infantry Brigade, the officer said expressionlessly and pointed to a sheet on the table. "The rules are here. This also works." Mathari was dumbfounded. Even K9 earned them a stroke. Okay, man, I'll buy you a drink." The comrade next to him was also a little embarrassed, and patted him on his back. Before the officer started to show annoyance, he dragged Mathari outside. It was not a good idea to argue with celestial trade officers. Although these people were not directly on the battlefield, even their commanders were polite to them. Back in the tent, just as Mathari sat down on his bed, their squad leader walked in and dropped a cloth bag on the ground. The soldier at the door stood up and curiously flipped through the cloth bag. He looked at the steel wire ball inside and asked with a confused expression. "What is this?" "There is a large-scale military operation tonight." The squad leader glanced around the tent, confirmed that everyone was there, then pointed to the steel wire meshes on the ground, and said, "I don't know exactly what it is. The headquarters asked us to stuff all our electronics into this stuff before 5 o'clock. Worried that these boneheaded soldiers would not take this order seriously, the squad leader paused for a moment and emphasized it again with a serious expression. "Remember, all electronic products, this is an order." A week had passed since Moro's soldiers landed in Colombia. After the setback in the attack on Pamplona, NATO immediately reflected on its strategic deployment. It placed intelligence warfare and counter-guerrilla warfare at the core of its strategy, and sent special forces to search for FARC firepower points and tunnels in the jungle, especially high-value targets such as mortars and anti-aircraft artilleries that provided suppression. In terms of firepower, NATO still had the clear upper hand. But the Andes were so big, the rebel guerrillas were also cunning. The two sides turned from the initial muscle-to-muscle collision to a stealth warfare. Danger was hidden in every bush, and the smell of blood permeated every inch of the South American jungle. Not just guerrillas, poisonous insects, pythons, crocodiles, these were nothing to the people who have lived here for a long time, but they were quite troublesome for NATO soldiers. The environment here was worse than the desert, and mosquitoes the size of thumbs drove people crazy. In a sense, Timochenko's words were indeed fulfilled. The Andes and the rainforest had not only become the nightmare of the UA, but also the nightmare of all NATO. However, the newcomers who had just arrived here were often more optimistic. For example, Koreans who responded to the call not long ago showed confidence beyond their ability in front of the majestic mountains of Colombia. They did not take FARC and Moro seriously at all. "Our soldiers are all experts in counter-guerrilla warfare." A South Korean officer narrowed his eyes and laughed, "You can rest assured that soon their position will be clear to us." For a long time, in order to match the so-called guerrilla powerhouse in the north, the South Korean army always regarded counter-guerrilla warfare as the focus of military training and attached great importance to special operations forces. As a result, almost every army in Korea contained a special operations battalion. In addition, Koreans often established a special operations division to perform special operations tasks such as counterterrorism operations, protection of dignitaries, punishment and retaliation. He had the confidence for this very reason. But he overlooked one point. Moro soldiers did not receive any serious training, but all of them crawled out from piles of corpses. Now they were equipped by future military, while their weapons were not the most advanced. It was not far behind the NATO soldiers' gears. "I hope so." The old man with a hooked nose replied nonchalantly. Obviously, as a Marine Corps colonel, he was not convinced by the newcomer. A war is not a TV series. Disregard the descendant of the sun, even if you are a descendant of the Milky Way, you'll only have one life on the battlefield. Especially in the tropical zone with visibility of less than 10 meters, it is a severe test for the soldiers' detection and counterdetection capabilities. Whoever is discovered first will die. No one will have mercy because everyone wants to live. The old man gazed into the sunset in the distance and a frown appeared on his face as his eyes narrowed. It was almost dark. For some reason, he had a hunch. Tonight will be very long. He rolled up his sleeves and looked at the electronic watch on his wrist. However, he was shocked. The number on the electronic watch was frozen at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He pressed it a few times but there was still no response. Then he muttered to himself with his frown growing more apparent. Is it broken? Chapter 1324 Code-named, Firefight. Colonel Gibson was right, his watch was indeed broken. And it was not just his electronic watch. As night began to settle, the entire base gradually became dark. Sergeant Duke took his comrades and exchanged positions with the patrolling soldiers. He shouted at the patrol on duty on the sentry tower. What happened? Why didn't you turn on the light? I don't know, the power system seems to be malfunctioning. I have sent someone to notify the repair team. Damn, is my walkie-talkie broken too? I have to ask logistics to get me a new one. Yours is broken too. What do you, wait, yours is broken too. Sergeant Duke's expression gradually became serious, and sweat began to ooze out from his forehead. He started to realize what may have happened, and he believed that the headquarters must also realize what may have happened. It was just that as a soldier, when he started to realize the seriousness of the problem and didn't receive any communication. It might be too late. At the same time, on the runway in front of the hangar on the other side of the military base. Inside the cockpit of the F-35 fighter jet, the pilot who was on an airstrike mission pressed the buttons on his control panel, and the confusion in his eyes started to become apparent. Strange. The engine did not respond, and some of the instruments seemed to be broken as they no longer changed. This is Gladiator 1, the aircraft's ignition system has malfunctioned, mission is terminated. There was no response from the command tower. The pilot took off his helmet and was about to open the cockpit, but his extended hand stopped in midair. When he looked up in the air, his pupils gradually enlarged, his lips moved slightly, but he only let out one word. Reflected in the dilated pupils were rows of emerald green flare. God. The operation codenamed Firefight was a direct response to NATO's Operation Torch. In the mountainous region east of Bucaramanga, the 14th NATO Mechanical Battalion and the 27th Infantry Brigade of Colombia, stationed on the 772 Heights, were relentlessly bombed by Moro's firepower. There was no warning, only the tail flames in the air announced the beginning of the bombing. The mighty and invincible Type 63 multiple rocket launcher once again rewritten its legend on the Colombian battlefield. When the hurricane-like rocket rains ravaged on the NATO forces, other than the raging dust and shrapnel, nothing else was visible. Damn it! How did they get so close? Where did our patrols go? Curled up in the foxhole, the battalion commander of NATO's 14th Mechanical Battalion tightened his helmet. Not far from him, an armored vehicle that had just driven out of the garage was penetrated by a 107mm rocket after it failed to dodge. The rocket hit the ammunition rack, and the explosion skyrocketed, and the shock even ripped off the turret. The flames of the exploded armored car reflected from his pupils, and a trace of despair appeared on the face of the battalion commander. Until now, he had not seen any reinforcements, nor had he seen fighters whizzing past his head to harvest those arrogant rocket launchers. What happened? What happened? The patrols stationed under the high ground were also confused. Walkie-talkies, night vision goggles, even the red dot sight on the rifle, all electronic products were completely useless. It felt like returning to the Stone Age in just a night. When they heard the sound of rockets roaring in the air, the punishment from the guerrilla also arrived. Just as the nearby support artillery launched a relentless bombardment of Highland 772, a squad of NATO soldiers was facing a siege from a company of Moro soldiers in a post 4 kilometers away. The bullets dented the wall and peeled off the cement from the steel frame. Sergeant Charles pulled his wounded comrade from the pool of blood as he returned fire with his rifle, but he was quickly suppressed by the heavy machine gun. Another RPG hit. A house 10 meters away was hit directly, and the M249 light machine gun framed in the window, as well as the wall, collapsed from the explosion. Another soldier fell. In less than 5 minutes, they had lost more than half of the squad. This is Warrior 1, we are under attack. I repeat, we are under attack. *T. There was no response to the hoarse roar, and only panic remained on Sergeant Charles's face. Guerrilla soldiers could fight till the last person without fear of death, but it was impossible for him who came from a first-world country. He cut open his clothes with a dagger in a panic, and tore off most of the white shirt. He tied his shirt to the butt of his rifle, grabbed the muzzle and raised it up, and shouted in his broken Spanish. "Surrender! Surrender! Cease fire! What is that guy even saying?" The Moro soldier asked the Colombian next to him. "He said they've surrendered and is asking us to cease fire." The FARC soldier understood Spanish and already lowered his guns. The same scene took place at every post and firepower point on Highland 772. In the absence of reinforcements, lack of firepower support, and zero communication from the command headquarters, almost no one could fight to the end. It was not due to the lack of the NATO coalition forces' combat capability. On the contrary, their combat effectiveness was very strong. If they hadn't been blindfolded, mouths covered, and ears blocked, the guerrillas that left the cover of the tropical jungle would only be sitting ducks for the fighters and artilleries. However, there were not so many ifs on the battlefield. The NATO coalition forces, whose communication system was paralyzed, had no way to call for artillery support or direct airstrikes. Moro and FARC easily crossed the defense line of the Colombian government army. They dragged out the soldiers trembling under the artillery bombardment from the trenches, foxholes, and concrete fortifications. Most of the armored vehicles were destroyed by the rocket launchers. But the remaining vehicles was happily accepted by Moro soldiers. Of course, Moro soldiers were the most delighted by the captured prisoners. The prisoners of the Colombian government army were left to FARC, but the guests from afar were treated nicely. Under gunpoint, the NATO soldier handed in their tags in confusion, and squatted against the wall with their hands on their head. They didn't know why these people were so fascinated by their tags. Would they use this as chips for poker? They also won't know that they were already priced by Exion's officers. How much for the dead, how much for being alive, everyone was priced clearly. July 11, 2020 was definitely the darkest day in Colombia since the 21st century. The literal definition of darkness. Because of an EMP, the power system was completely paralyzed from the coast of the Gulf of Mexico in northern Colombia to the central Andes. Over 50% of all electronics were damaged. The more sophisticated the equipment, the more serious the damage, and the direct economic loss exceeded $500 billion. Jiang Chen said that they would bear the consequences. And now, they paid the price. Just 1 hour after the detonation of the EMP, Celestial Trade issued a weather warning on its official website. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon on July 11, the Celestial Trade Astronomical Telescope observed a strong solar wind passing through Earth. Please protect all electronic products such as phones and computers. Although a house with its windows blown open by the wind could withstand the violent storm as a whole, the strong wind would still make the inside of the house a mess. The Earth's magnetic field was just like a house prone to leakage in front of the solar wind, and its holes would continue to leak for several hours for charged particles from the sun to enter the Earth's atmosphere and disrupt communications and power systems. However, whether it was the solar wind or Celestial Trade's EMP weapon, the NATO coalition force stationed in Bucaramanga did not have time to investigate. The Moro soldiers had already taken control of Highland 772 and cut through their last line of defense outside Bucaramanga. Until the flare of the final offensive rose into the sky, not a single NATO soldier got the news in advance. Highland 772 was captured by the Moro effortlessly. Behind this high ground was the military base of the NATO coalition force. The night quietly arrived. Without the slightest warning, Type 63 rocket launchers landed on the runway of the military base airport and blasted the fighters stranded on the runway to pieces. Artillery bombarded from all directions and the noise of explosions and homing shells quickly flooded the base's intermittent broadcast. The NATO coalition forces with paralyzed command system had to fight separately in the military base hundreds of acres wide. The NATO force armed with night vision equipment should not be at such a disadvantage fighting at night. However, after the EMP strike, the night vision goggles and thermal imaging scopes all turned into scrap metal. Not only was it useless, but it also obstructed the soldiers' movement. Tanks suffered the same fate. There was no command, no infantry support, and even one of the thermal imaging scopes was broken. The M1A2 main battle tank that rolled out of the garage was like a blindfolded bull. With explosions all around, it was unaware whether if it would hit the enemy or friendly units. Although armored units could effectively resist EMP strikes, it did not include the communication equipment placed outside the armor. If the tanks were prepared ahead of time and equipped with the antipulse attachment developed by the Advanced Projects Agency, it was not impossible to protect these pieces of communication equipment. But obviously, they didn't expect an EMP strike at all. What would happen to a modernized force without any information support? Reality proved that it was like a blind man. Muthari followed the 21st Infantry Brigade into the north gate of the military base. He fired in front of him and quickly suppressed the sniper hiding behind the military truck. The comrades behind him skillfully took out the RPG-7 launcher with the high-explosive warhead and fired it at the truck. The flames of the explosion lit up the night. As soldiers advanced deeper, the supporting artillery from the rear began to shrink towards the center of the military base. The NATO coalition forces that defended the military base were completely blinded. Some soldiers started to retreat toward the port of Barranquilla, while the rest were either killed or captured by the guerrillas. Muthari's company was the first to penetrate a building suspected to be an important target. The resistance of the NATO soldiers stationed in this building was quite tenacious. Both sides suffered a lot of casualties in the exchange of fire, and the exchange entered a stalemate for a while. However, everyone knew that for these people trapped in a dead end, their final fate was almost inevitable. The NATO soldiers that crawled behind cover fell one after another. But for Moro and FARC, the reinforcement arrived one by one. With the firepower on the opposite side was getting weaker and weaker, the Moro guerrillas seized the opportunity to rush in. They soon squashed the remaining resistance. This seemed to be the command post of the NATO coalition forces. There were offices and conference rooms on both sides of the corridor. Pew-pew-pew-pew. Muthari unleashed his bullets and turned an officer that attempted to fire back into a sieve, then he stepped into the office. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was something moving under the table. Muthari's eyes turned brighter as he pointed his gun at the desk and leaned forward. He gestured a "cover me" to the comrades behind him and his left hand reached under the desk. After he grabbed onto something, he pulled the man out from under the table and threw him to the ground. Two rifles quickly were aimed at that man's face. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I surrender. Don't move. Put your hands on your head, and stop screaming." Muthari kicked the officer to the wall. When he heard him speak, he was infuriated and hit the officer with his stock. "I finally caught an officer, but he is Korean. What a loss." The sky was about to turn bright, and the battle that lasted all night was over. The outcome of this battle was stellar. 10 M1A2 main battle tanks, more than 30 LAV-25 light armored vehicles of various types, and self-propelled artillery that did not explode in the shelling, even the armed helicopters on the tarmac and the F-35s parked in the hangar, all the equipment was captured by Moro soldiers, and most of them were transported back to the rear by trucks. Except for tanks and armored vehicles, gunships and F-35s were unable to participate in combat due to electronic malfunctions. But again, even if they were not broken, there was unlikely anyone in Moro capable of operating one. Nearly 8,000 prisoners of war were also transported into the depths of the Andes with trucks. Most of them were from Turkey, and the rest were mostly from the UA, Britain, France and other European countries. It was ultimately unrealistic to completely defeat all of the NATO soldiers. When the guerrillas were about to occupy the military base, the Ford aircraft carrier battle group deployed in the Gulf of Mexico had already noticed the situation on the front line, and sent F-35s to the occupied military base, dispatched the Osprey and the remaining Marine units to cover the defeated coalition soldiers' retreat to the Gulf of Mexico. It was definitely the worst defeat in NATO history. The entire communication system collapsed, and the command structure was lost. The soldiers didn't know whether they should withdraw or defend. An EMP strike effectively turned the most elite soldiers on the planet into third-rate forces. Moro and FARC guerrillas relied on their absolute advantage in numbers, firepower, and experience as third-rate forces to defeat the NATO forces. The good news from the front line soon spread to the back. Even Timoshenko himself could not believe FARC and Moro soldiers actually took over the NATO coalition force military base in Bucaramanga. It was the infamous NATO. And more than 8,000 prisoners of war. The high number of prisoners even felt like hot potatoes in his hands after he smoked 5 or 6 cigars in a row and paced back and forth in the cave. He finally calmed down his excitement and sat down. After they crossed Bucaramanga, to the north, it was Bogotá, the capital of Colombia. He seemed to be only one step away from the president's throne. July 12, 2020, was definitely the most humiliating day since NATO was founded. With the fall of the Bucaramanga military base, the Colombian government force and the NATO coalition force stationed in this area had to strategically retreat. However, with their communication completely collapsed, it was nearly impossible to obtain first-hand information anywhere on the battlefield. After a force saw a friendly army withdraw from the front line, they had the following dialogue. "Hey, which country are you from? Where are you going? Why can't we find the signal for the command post? Italian XX Brigade. We are heading to the port of Barranquilla. Don't ask, we don't know why, then shall we continue to station here or retreat? You ask me, who do I ask?" The order to retreat was indeed issued. Through the carrier-based helicopters on the Ford aircraft carrier battle group, the most primitive methods were used, which was to notify each combat unit. However, due to the collapse of the command system, they could only notify down to the battalion level, not to everyone. This also led to another situation. It was possible for Company A to receive an order to remain stationed in an area, while Company B, which was responsible for backup support in the same area, received an order to withdraw. When the person with a retreat order to Company A arrived, he discovered that the rebel guerrillas were already here and in the midst of the battle. Company A must be wondering where did Company B go. Based on the map, NATO's defense line shrunk to the coast near the Gulf of Mexico in just one day as they re-established their positions around the port of Barranquilla. The NATO coalition force re-established the command system. While they issued equipment, all the equipment was protected by a metal sleeve, and they strictly required every soldier to store all equipment in the metal sleeve during non-combat periods. It was the most primitive and effective method to counter EMP strikes. The principle was probably the same as the steel ball sent to the guerrillas. A Faraday cage could shield the entire electromagnetic field. There were 100,000 troops when they first arrived, but fewer than 60,000 evacuated to Barranquilla. In addition to the captured and those who died in crossfire, some soldiers may have been retreating while others may have retreated with the Colombian government force to Bogotá. A disastrous defeat was no longer enough to describe the losses suffered by the NATO coalition force. While the repair team was busy repairing the equipment that was withdrawn from the front line, FARC and Moro soldiers did not just sit around. NATO left a large amount of equipment and supplies at the military base in Bucaramanga. After they graciously accepted these equipment and supplies, the Moro and FARC troops split into two. Moro soldiers marched northward through the mountains to surround the NATO coalition force along the Gulf of Mexico. FARC followed Jiang Chen's order and moved south through the Andes. They aimed straight to the Colombian capital with the goal to push Timochenko onto the throne of the president as soon as possible. They strived to end the war as soon as possible. With the FARC heading south, panic started to spread across every developed city in western Colombia. Everyone knew that the rebels were coming, but they didn't know how far away they were. They could see what happened on the front line through Twitter before, but now they couldn't even open their phones. In a modern society extremely dependent on the internet, when even the most basic electricity was lost, not only the channels for obtaining information were affected, but as well as people's daily life. The supermarket was tightly packed by the panicking crowds, prices soared, and supplies that shouldn't be scarce started to experience shortages. The United Nations had to start taking care of the mess left by NATO as the discussion on humanitarian reliefs began. Of course, NATO countries panicked the most. The more modern the army, the weaker its resistance to EMP attacks. Although countries were researching EMP and anti-EMP weapons, and the anti-pulse capability of existing equipment, the EMP weapons only made its appearance 3 years ago, and it took time to finish the research. The Advanced Projects Agency of the Department of Defense was ahead in the research, but in a wide-area EMP attack scenario, their efforts still seemed inadequate. Unless the entire army was thrown into an airtight iron box, it was impossible to completely avoid the impact of EMP. After all, even celestial trade would not be able to fully mitigate the impact of EMP weapons. ESA has conducted a forensic investigation on whether the solar wind has passed through the border on July 11, and it has yet to find conclusive evidence to confirm. We have submitted the latest investigation progress to the European Union Commission, hoping to help the authorities. The European Space Agency's hesitant statement reflected the conflicted position of the European Union. They thought they were just going to South America with their ally to pick a guaranteed fight, but they didn't expect to be dragged into such a big mess. There were more than 9,000 prisoners of war. Excluding Turks that made up half of the number, there were more than 100 of them spread among each country. And the families of the fallen soldiers. The thought alone was devastating. Differences were appearing in the European Union as to whether or not they should continue to be involved in this war. The strong stance of celestial trade on the South American issue had already far exceeded their expectations. As for the UA, they still chose to remain tough. The Capitol spokesperson made a statement immediately and took aim at celestial trade with NASA's report. NASA has not observed an active solar wind and is investigating the matter further. At the same time, we are shocked and angry at what happened in Colombia. I warned certain rogue organizations not to take chances and try to use natural phenomena to confuse the audience. If the disaster that happened last night turns out to be a self-directed farce, they will pay the price for their careless behavior. Investigation. It was impossible to investigate. The solar wind is a continuous phenomenon. Only when the two magnetic fields are in a state of magnetically reconnection, will it cause the Earth's magnetic field protection barrier to create a gap, thus causing the solar wind to affect the surface. This gap opens and closes at all times, and the size and position of the opening are not fixed, and it is also related to the magnitude of the solar eruption. With the dependency of many variables, the impact may be serious or minimal. For example, in 1991, the gust of solar wind almost blew up the nuclear power plant in Maine, but in 2010 it only produced quite a spectacular aurora over the United Kingdom. But the Capitol's statement made Jiang Chen a little relieved. The strength and advantage of celestial trade finally made the ruler of the old world a little hesitant in its actions. If this happened 10 years ago, the UA's aircraft carrier battle groups would have long entered Xian's water to investigate weapons of mass destruction. Why would they still debate whether it was a solar wind or EMP that caused the incident? As for whether the infuriated NATO would launch a full-scale war on celestial trade, Jiang Chen was not worried at all. The EMP launched in Colombia was also a deterrence to NATO. Many different opinions existed on the area coverage of the wide-area EMP strike. The opinions included how destructive the electromagnetic pulse warhead carried by the Peacemaker was and what was its deterrence capability. How does it compare with nuclear missiles? And now, celestial trade directly used its fist to tell NATO the power of this weapon. It was very, very, very powerful. Just as global attention was focused on South America, the offensive in Syria began. With the help of Yerif, the 11th Special Operations Division made up by Celestial Trade's mercenary corps successfully entered Syria and assisted the government force to suppress the extreme forces and rebels. Unlike the shackled Russia and the UA Special Force, these stateless mercenaries didn't care whether an extreme organization was mild or harmful. The moment that extreme organization was deemed as the target, they fought without hesitation. Another advantage of fighting in war-torn areas was that there were no people interfering. In addition to Russian fighters' airstrikes, Celestial Trade Seagull-class transport ships in synchronous orbit occasionally use electromagnetic pulse cannons or missiles to support their operations. The combat effectiveness of this special combat division made Yerif full of jealousy. If this army served him, what opposition could he not silence? After the situation in Syria stabilized, Jiang Chen promised that he will become the next employer of this army. This force would help him secure this position as the king, and become his sword and shield in his goal for secular reform. While the world watched Colombia and 9,000 prisoners of war, Jiang Chen, who was at the center of controversies, was focused on another matter. Just 2 days ago, news came from the Mars colony. The expeditionary army equipped with new weapons finally pushed the tunnel to the suspected position of the Gaia civilization, where they found the fabled database of the Flowers of Memory. It was the legacy left by a civilization 3 billion years ago, and its value could no longer be measured by wealth. As Dr. Amos said, if the Flowers of Memory really carried all the knowledge of their civilization as described by the Gaia civilization, these memories from 3 billion years ago would be enough to allow the human civilization to enter the next era. Jiang Chen took the space elevator to Celestial Trade and met with Kelvin stationed at the Space Command Center. Once they met, he was straight to the point. What's going on at Mine 071? The reinforcement of the main structure of the ruins has been completed, and now it has entered the final stage of excavation. Kelvin pointed to the holographic screen in front of him and smiled. We are just doing excavation work on the wall, and we'll find out very soon what's inside. On the screen, there were the real-time images returned from the excavation site of the Gaia civilization tens of millions of kilometers away. A tunnel densely paved with steel plates surrounded the space below the entire ruins. The heavily armed celestial marines leaned on the outside of the ruins, they formed a line against the wall as they cautiously watched the area. The field engineer carried a toolbox forward and used a special instrument to observe the inside of the ruins. After he confirmed that there was no living thing or any obstruction, he said a few words to the person in charge next to him, and then backed away. Soon, under the escort of a group of soldiers, a strangely shaped vehicle drove into the circular tunnel from the main tunnel. It was strange because its appearance was too abstract. Its cuboid shape looked like a container with wheels added. From the appearance alone, it was difficult to associate this vehicle with the task opening door. The head of the vehicle was attached to the outside of the ruins, and the wheels on both sides were immediately retracted, and the whole body then gently rested on the ground. A thumb-sized drill bit protruded from the front of the vehicle to drill a hole, and the hole was quickly closed after. In order to avoid the influence of external air pressure on the ancient relics in the ruins, the Mine 071 site project team was very careful. They took into account almost all possible scenarios. After they confirmed the air pressure and composition inside the ruins, the cuboid vehicle attached to the wall quickly simulated its own internal air environment, and then, after a muffled bang, a hole enough for a person was formed on the wall. The tunnel is successfully constructed, and the conditions of the ruins are confirmed to be normal. A voice of relief came from the command center. Many people took off their headphones and wiped the nervous sweat on their foreheads. Many smiles also appeared on everyone's face. At this point, the most difficult stage of the excavation work was completed. The rest of the work only required sending a remote car inside to confirm if it was safe. The final stage was to send hundreds of scientific researchers to the colony to accept the legacy of the former civilization. After Jiang Chen left the Space Command Center, he stayed with Celestial Trade for a few days as he started the selection process of the candidates that will accept the Flowers of Memory. Because of its association with the Gaia civilization and the existence of the Flowers of Memory, this task was ranked as the highest confidential information in Celestial Trade. The information was not accessible to most. Based on the principle of voluntariness, Jiang Chen sent ghost agents to assess the loyalty of the group's scientists and sent an invitation letter to all the scientists who were confirmed to be reliable. The purpose of the invitation was for training on Mars. If they accepted the group's dispatch, they would be automatically listed as a candidate for the Flowers of Memory. They would be informed once they boarded with relevant information such as, what the Flowers of Memory are, and what the Gaia civilization is. Since it was memories from 3 billion years ago, there was still a degree of risk. In the scientific research system of Celestial Trade, in addition to loyalty to the group, most of the scientists who received the invitation letter were middle-level scientists, who had the capability of accepting knowledge, were between 30 and 40 years old, and had high training value. "Put my name on the list," Amos said when he arrived at Jiang Chen's office. "We agreed that if the ruins are successfully excavated, I get a copy of the scientific research from the former civilization. There is still a high degree of uncertainty in the security status of the colony. I can let people send the Flowers of Memory back." Jiang Chen looked at Amos as he tried to persuade him, "If you don't change your mind then, it's not too late to inoculate in Celestial City." If possible, he did not want to send important talents to risky places. In the research of Klein particles and neural bridging, even Lin Lin, a digitalized human from the 22nd century, praised him for his accomplishments. Give him time, and his future achievements in the scientific community would not be inferior to those of the great scientists who have left their names in history. However, Amos did not change his mind as he shook his head. Scientific research itself is full of uncertain risks. If you fear the risks, it's counterintuitive to what we believe in. With the certainty in Amos' tone, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then let out a sigh as he put his name on the list. "If you insist." "Thank you." As he saw the list, Amos smiled from the bottom of his heart, then he joked in a relaxed tone, "Are you not going to send me an invitation letter or something?" "No, you get special treatment." The eerie blue jet flame pushed the Seagull class carrying the hope of human civilization towards the endless darkness. In addition to 300 scientific researchers, the space elevator components designed by future heavy industries for the Mars colony were also loaded on board. After Jiang Chen watched the starship depart, he left the port of Celestial City. In order to determine the candidate for the inoculation of Flowers of Memory, he had already spent more time than he planned for. Now it was time to return to the surface. When Jiang Chen returned to his mansion on Koro Island, it happened to be late at night. He saw the lights in Xia Shiyu's office were still on, so he gently opened the door and walked in. Just after she finished signing a document, she yawned, leaned back against the chair, and stretched out to relax herself. A pair of hands was gently placed on her tender shoulders, and the unexpected Xia Shiyu almost fell off the chair. She turned her head to see a smug smile and revelation appeared on her face as she gave him a hard stare. "You didn't say a word when you came in. I was afraid to disturb you." "You already disturbed me, okay?" She closed her eyes and gradually relaxed her body. With a sweet smile, she quietly enjoyed the massage from the big hands on her shoulders. "Why are you up so late?" "It's because of you." "Me?" Jiang Chen glanced at the pile of documents on the desk in a puzzled manner. He only saw the words, 2020 XIN International Defense Expo, and, planning document, written on the pile of signed documents left upper corner. When he saw this, he realized what happened. He actually personally instructed this matter. "We have invited 47 countries to participate in the expo, 39 countries have confirmed their attendance, and 789 companies have confirmed that they will appear in the expo." The closed eyelashes trembled lightly from comfort, she said in a lazy tone as she reported the event's progress to Jiang Chen. "The venue and time for the event have been finalized, and it will be held in the heart of the sea on Koro Island in September." It was the first International Defense Expo hosted by XIN. The invited countries were either members of the Earth Defense Alliance, or the countries with intention of joining the alliance. The purpose of this Defense Expo was not only to strengthen military cooperation among member states, but also to find overseas buyers for the burgeoning arms giant, Future Military. It was the first time Future Military was open to arms sales. In addition to creating profit, the sale of arms itself was also a way to expand influence. It was almost foreseeable that EMP weapons and kinetic skeletons would become the stars of this Defense Expo. Of course, all weapons sold to foreign arms were export models specially designed by Future Military. In terms of technical capability and performance, they were naturally inferior compared to the celestial trade models. The equipment was more similar to the ones used by Madagascar's mercenaries. "Don't stay up too late," Jiang Chen said softly. With a relaxed sniffle, Xia Xiyu joked. "I suddenly realized that you are quite good at taking care of people." "You just realized?" Jiang Chen smiled. What are you doing?" With his hands that started to venture into other territories, Xia Xiyu bit her lower lip and blushed. She glanced at the door, and then whispered, "Don't be silly. If you are worried about Lilith hearing us, you can rest assured." Jiang Chen smirked and quietly whispered in her ear as he watched the red hue cover her face. "When I went upstairs, she was playing games. You haven't showered yet, I want you to help me." It was a quiet night. The next day, Jiang Chen slept until almost noon before he got up. After he washed up and ate the lunch Aisha prepared, he went to the living room. Lilith, on the sofa, saw Jiang Chen moving towards her, so she moved her legs to make room for him. Jiang Chen sat down next to her, comfortably leaned back on the sofa, and turned on the holographic TV. It just so happened that it was international news. The Colombian government force and FARC exchanged fire in the central region. Because they had lost the support of the NATO coalition force, the government force retreated under the offensive of the guerrillas. They retreated to a place less than 20 kilometers from Bogotá. At present, NATO attempted to start a dialogue with Moro on the issue of prisoners of war, but Moro refused at this moment. Italy and Greece were considering withdrawing from the NATO coalition force, as well as launching peace talks with FARC as independent nations in order to redeem their captured soldiers. After all, the two countries just sent a battalion each symbolically. It was purely to join in on the fun and respond to their allies. Now the situation was turning south, it was clearly not in their interest for the war to continue. Compared with the common interests of NATO, domestic political interests were much more crucial. "Are things developing as you expected?" Lilith, who was on the sofa with her legs curled up, suddenly asked nonchalantly. "Not at all," Jiang Chen smiled, "but at least the general direction has not gone south." "Really?" Lilith said thoughtfully. At this moment, Aisha walked into the living room, glanced at Lilith on the sofa, and then sat down on the other sofa. Bernice called. The UA Department of Defense issued a document to all UA soldiers, requiring the strict implementation of the requirements to platoon-level combat units. All electronic equipment, especially communication equipment, must be strictly stored in a Faraday backpack during non-usage time, Aisha turned on the holographic screen on her watch and pushed the news to Jiang Chen. Here is the original document. She can even get this information. Jiang Chen was a little surprised as he extended his finger with interest and fiddled with the scroll bar on the holographic screen. It seemed that the UA was indeed terrified by the EMP attack, otherwise, it would not implement this method. The benefits of doing this were obvious. There was no need to worry about celestial trade's EMP attacks destroying the eyes and ears of the military. The trade-off, however, was that it hindered real-time communication, such that it was necessary to agree upon a communication time and so on. In addition, the report also mentioned that the UA Department of Defense ordered a batch of old-fashioned communication equipment from domestic communication companies to respond to emergencies. At the same time, the country also invested $10 billion to develop a more advanced, more convenient, and lower-cost optical transmission system, intending to solve the threat of celestial trade EMP weapons at the root. Jiang Chen was skeptical about whether or not the UA could really achieve this. Their direction was indeed correct. There were only two measures to deal with EMP weapons in the apocalypse. One was to replace telecommunication components with optical transmission components, and the other was to make key electronic components as small as possible. However, it was still impossible to completely resist EMP strikes, unless the electromagnetic field could be completely shielded. Compared with these minor details, I'm more concerned about the election. Jiang Chen retracted the holographic screen, smiled and said casually, "After all, we put a lot of chips on Joseph." Not particularly optimistic, Aisha shook her head and whispered softly, "The situation in South America is heating up, and there has been a large influx of Colombian refugees into the UA. It is inevitable that the support rate of the war hawks will rise. What's more, it just happened to be at the time when there are tensions in the relationship between the UA and XIN." Jiang Chen nodded but remained silent. He did not consider the refugee effect brought about by the war, and the UA was undoubtedly the first choice in the hearts of the Colombian people, followed by Canada. The influx of refugees would inevitably bring poverty and crime to the UA and cause a series of social problems. Now, it was also the critical moment of the election campaign. These problems would definitely impact on the election. It did appear that Mr. Kennedy's opponent seemed to be a big proponent for anti-refugees. One of his campaign promises was to build a Great Wall along the border. A meeting was taking place in the top military office in the UA. Not only high-level officials from the Ministry of Defense, but the President and his advisors and cabinet ministers were also present. It was quite interesting since just 3 days ago, the same people in the conference room had just met at the President's office. Now in a different place, another meeting was being held. Although the topics discussed were different, there was no change in the objectives of the discussion. A meeting manuscript was placed in front of everyone, and there was also a brochure next to it, with words, 2020 XIN International Defense Expo, written on it. This brochure was designed by Future Military and was distributed by XIN's National Defense Department through its embassies. However, the photocopied version placed in front of everyone was obtained by the CIB from an invited country. If it were any other country's defense exhibition, it would not trigger a reaction this scale to have an emergency meeting. The key issue was the kind of weapons that certain country planned to sell at this defense exhibition. Future Military intends to sell EMP weapons and kinetic skeletons to the member states of the Earth Defense Alliance. Secretary of Defense Carter looked around the colleagues around him and said with a solemn expression, "Although it is currently uncertain what version of the weapon they are intending to sell, we still have to put heavy emphasis. I believe you all know what it means to us once EMP weapons proliferate." The senior officials of the Department of Defense and the ministers looked at each other in shock. It was obvious that they had already felt the concern in Carter's words. After the military advisor hesitated for a moment, he requested to speak and said while he spun the pen in his hands. "Conversely, does this mean that we also have the opportunity to obtain their EMP weapons? Our technical bottleneck in the development of EMP weapons has not made any effective progress. If we can find a way to buy some from them, impossible. Carter shook his head and smiled wryly. Not a single military-industrial complex company has been invited, and our purchasing department is obviously not on their invitation list. Not just the UA, no NATO member states had been invited. The 47 invited countries were all members of the Earth Defense Alliance. In a sense, the behavior of XIN had indeed confirmed the UA's speculation. Celestial Trade was not satisfied with the Earth Defense Alliance being only an organization with the purpose to defend against extraterrestrial civilizations. First, it used the space elevator and the global grid to kidnap the economies of the member states, and now it was beginning to strengthen the military cooperation between member states. They were uncertain whether their goal was to become the second United Nations, NATO, or a combination of the two. However, they were strongly alerted by the series of actions taken by Celestial Trade. The Olympic Games will be held in Yodo soon. President Hill, who had been silent, suddenly broke the silence on the meeting table. I will go to Yodo to attend the opening ceremony. I will talk this opportunity and speak with that man in person. The war that took place thousands of kilometers away did not affect the prosperity of Koro Island. Only foreign soldiers participated in the war with no XIN national soldiers involved. It was just that the impact of the war, after all, was blown onto the beaches of XIN with monsoon. Everyone was discussing whether there was going to be a war, and whether XIN would send a volunteer army like Moro. In addition, how would NATO react? After all, the Colombian authorities had detained the delegation of XIN under the direction of the CIB to blame Juan's death on XIN. It was the FARC who rescued the delegation and sent them to the border of Ecuador. At least the mainstream media in XIN reported it this way. Whether it was public opinion or official message, they all sided with and supported FARC. Even the call to send troops to Colombia was gaining an increasing amount of support on Celestial Trade's official site. The people of XIN were not really concerned over the war. It was because it seemed that Celestial Trade's overseas military operations had never lost, and the aftereffects of the war had never been brought back to XIN. Only those immigrants from the UA or Europe still had mixed feelings about the international war operations. One side was their homeland, and the other was the country they now live in. Apart from calling for peace, there seemed to be no better choice for them. Time quickly arrived in August. The Yodo Olympics was about to begin, and the athletes of XIN had arrived in the Yodo training grounds in mid-July for a week of adaptive training. Because XIN was sending athletes to participate in the Olympics for first time, the country attached great importance to this event, and both the government and the people had shown considerable enthusiasm. About 2 years ago, when the crisis took place in Yodo, people all over the world were not optimistic that the country could walk out from the shadow of the T-virus. The real estate price of Yodo plummeted to an extreme, and it was also at that time that Jiang Chen took advantage of the fact that future biology had yet to disclose the vaccine, and went on a purchase spree in the Yodo real estate market. In order to support XIN Sports, Jiang Chen specially called the agent who helped him manage his real estate in Yodo and offered a 5-star hotel not far from the Olympic Village under his name. XIN's athletes could live for free. Living outside the Olympic Village during the Olympic Games was generally the privilege of big-name athletes. For example, the Dream Team, which competed for the first time in 1992, has never lived in the Olympic Village. However, it was the first time in the history of Olympic Games that more than 200 athletes and more than 100 coaches, team leaders, and medical personnel lived in an entire 5-star hotel. Even Saudi Arabia had never flaunted wealth like this. Future group president's moves successfully shocked all the netizens in the world. While people lamented the luck of the athletes from XIN, they couldn't help but exclaim at the wealth of this president. It got to the point where an athlete from another country, who did not want their name to be disclosed, said bitterly in an interview with the media, "They are not here to compete at all, they are here to show off their wealth." On August 2, a silver private jet appeared over Yodo International Airport. The long triangular wings slowly extended from the plane's nose to the tail. The bowl-shaped engine at the end was lined with blade-like metal pieces. When it was ignited, an eerie blue light arc thrusted the plane forward. The streamlined body and the unique ion propulsion engine made this jet appear more like an aerospace plane than a private jet. It was not wrong. It was an aerospace plane. This private jet named Aerospace G-100 was specially built for Jiang Chen by the Space Science and Technology Department of Future Heavy Industries. Its flight principle was also different from that of most airplanes today. For flights longer than 800 kilometers, the Aerospace G-100 would first enter the relatively low-pressure stratosphere, then enter the mesosphere, exosphere before it cruised at a speed of several Mach above the ozone layer. As far as the cruising attitude of long-distance flight is concerned, the Aerospace G-100 had already surpassed most aircraft. It could quickly reach any place in the world within 2 hours, and it did not need to apply for airspace rights for countries along its path. However, the most critical point was its cruising speed. The cruising speed of the Aerospace G-100 could reach 25 Mach at an altitude of 100 kilometers. The first cosmic speed is about 23.2 Mach, so this aerospace plane could not only be used to travel to and from ground airports, but could also go to and from any airport on the ground to Celestial City. Only one aerospace plane was manufactured at this point, but mass production models would be available to the billionaires around the world. Many rich people would be interested in this type of sophisticated aircraft, since especially for the rich, time is money. Many people in the airport's terminal lobby noticed the weird-looking aircraft. Many people exclaimed when they saw the plane with the blue flaming tail as it lowered its landing gear. "Dear, look, what kind of plane is that?" A blonde woman pulled at her partner and excitedly pointed her finger at the plane outside. "Am I seeing things? Why did an aerospace plane land here?" The tourist with a travel bag behind his back rubbed his eyes, and his nose was almost touching the window. "Wait, look at the symbols above. I recognize it. One is Future Heavy Industries and the other is Celestial Trade. In other words, the person sitting inside is... There's no other possibilities." Because the Olympic was about to start, visitors all the world had gathered in Yodo, but no one could recognize the model of this plane. Driven by curiosity, some people wanted to go up to and take a photo, but without exception, they were stopped by heavily armed soldiers. The day before Jiang Chen's new plane arrived, the government blocked the runway where the aerospace plane landed and increased the police presence at the airport. It was no exaggeration to say that even if the UAE president was assassinated here, they did not dare to let Jiang Chen experience any problems here. No one wanted to be the second Colombia, and no one wanted the next solar wind to blow on their face. The Nippon Foreign Minister Kishida looked at the parked plane and greeted him with a huge smile. He extended his right hand and held on to Jiang Chen's hand while he bowed and shook vigorously. "Welcome. We welcome Mr. Jiang's arrival in Yodo to participate in our opening ceremony. Your arrival will definitely add sparks to the Olympic." "I don't dare," Jiang Chen smiled modestly. After he shook the foreign minister's hand twice, he wanted to withdraw his hand. However, Foreign Minister Kishida was so enthusiastic that he continued to hold his hand and refused to let go, and he kept saying compliments. Obviously, he either worked hard to improve his Mandarin, or he stayed up late and memorized a few thousand words of manuscript. Jiang Chen looked at the diligent Foreign Minister Kishida and started to feel goosebumps. The smile on his face twitched, and finally he withdrew his right hand calmly. "Mr. Kishida, you don't have to be so polite. Our company's convoy is waiting for me outside the airport corridor. Do you think it won't delay you for a long time?" As Kishida spoke, he took an exquisitely crafted invitation letter from his assistant and handed it respectfully to Jiang Chen. "This is just a little gesture to show our appreciation. We hope Mr. Jiang will come." A state banquet invitation. Jiang Chen vaguely recalled that they seemed to have held one when Zhang Yaping came a few days ago. "I am just a citizen. Such a grandiose gesture is too much." Jiang Chen smiled. "That is not a problem." With a warm smile, Kishida continued to say flattery words without feeling awkward at all. Guests from all walks of life are looking forward to your arrival. Please don't refuse. Looking at his fiery eyes, Jiang Chen started to get goosebumps again. Wait a second, is this guy? How come I didn't realize before? Jiang Chen didn't know that the EMP he dropped in Colombia not only frightened NATO, but also frightened Nippon on the other side of the Pacific. Up to now, half of the power grid in Colombia was still paralyzed. The country was sent back to the early electrification age from the information age and had to rely on the humanitarian aid to pass through this difficult age. They must not be an enemy of celestial trade. This point of view had reached a consensus among high-level Nippon officials, and in a sense had even further accelerated the end of the Nippon-UE Security Treaty and the disintegration of the Nippon-UE-Korea Triangle Alliance. If the Nippon intelligence agencies had previously only turned a blind eye to the spy war between the CIB and ghost agents in their own country, it was starting to lean towards exile. The nation had a history of being extremely vicious to the weak and bowing down to the strong. While Kishida sent Jiang Chen to the car, he suddenly asked. I wonder if Mr. Jiang plans to live in a mansion in the suburbs, or stay in a hotel in the city. The mansion under Mount Fuji was too far away from Yodo. It would take at least 4 hours to drive back and forth. After all, this time, he was not here for leisure. I'll be in Yodo, what's the matter? Jiang Chen asked casually. It's nothing, please don't mind it. Foreign Minister Kishida bowed again and with a mysterious smile on his face, he added, Mr. Jiang came from afar and therefore must lack a guide. We will send you a commissioner to take care of your daily life and travel safety to ensure stay feels at home. After Jiang Chen took a moment to process the information, he responded with a respectful smile. Thank you. The bodyguard standing on the side closed the door, and soon the convoy started to move slowly and left through the special passage of the airport. While watching the convoy disappear on the road, Kishida lifted his head in relief. He then took some wet wipes from his assistant, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and threw it into the trash can next to him. Chapter 1331 Who could it be? After the convoy entered the highway, it slowly rose and entered the maglev track. With the gradual expansion of overseas exports of maglev roads by future heavy industries, there were no more vehicles on the roads of Yodo, because most vehicles, except buses and trains, floated in the sky. Now not only the Luhr Group but also internationally renowned automobile brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, Tesla, Toyota also begun to enter the maglev car market. The core of the magnetic levitation technology was mainly on the pillars underneath the highway. On the contrary to popular belief, the technical difficulties of the maglev vehicle were not particularly high. After top international auto manufacturers obtained the relevant patent from future heavy industries, they could also manufacture vehicles capable of meeting the standard of the maglev roads. Jiang Chen was fully aware that he could not monopolize the market, so he was not stingy in technology licensing, just like when he opened the technology licensing the graphene. 50% of the world's chips now used architecture derived from future technology. The same was true for maglev cars, except that almost 100% of maglev cars used the future standards. In addition to allowing major auto manufacturers to be labeled as future heavy industries, this decision also brought huge profits to Future Group. Take Mercedes-Benz as an example. For every maglev series vehicle produced by Mercedes-Benz, it not only had to obtain quality certification from future heavy industries before it could be sold, but the company also had to pay a technology licensing fee of 1% on the price of the vehicle before tax. In the vehicle, Jiang Chen called Aisha to inform her that he landed safely. Just as he was about to hang up, he received another call. When he saw the name on the holographic screen, he took an extra second to read the name again before he picked up the call. That plane is yours? Yerif immediately asked as soon as the call was connected. Plane. Jiang Chen was confused as he didn't understand the question. Which place are you referring to? The Aurora 20. Or a Russian fighter? He instinctively linked Yarif's words with the situation in Syria. Yarif had an odd expression when he heard the confusion in Jiang Chen's tone. "You didn't look at the news." "I just arrived in Yodo, on the car back to my hotel. What news are you talking about?" Jiang Chen facepalmed. "Wait, I'll send you a link, see for yourself." Yarif hung up shortly after. Not long after, his watch buzzed, and an email was sent to Jiang Chen's email address. There was only a link in his mail. From the domain name, it was from YouTube. With full of confusion in his mind, Jiang Chen clicked on the video. The video was from a waiting lounge at an airport. Probably because it was shot with a phone, the quality of the video was poor. The person who shot the video was obviously not a professional photographer, as the camera was shaking. However, the unreasonable part was how viral the video became. Jiang Chen paid attention to the time when the video was uploaded. In less than an hour, the number of views exceeded 1 million. Even with YouTube's traffic, it still shocked him. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly paused. Because he saw a familiar outline in the video. "Wait, isn't this my G100? There was a dumbfounding expression on his face. He understood the reason why Yarif called. His tone sounded so serious that he thought something must have happened in Syria. After the mercenaries from Madagascar arrived in Syria, the Aurora 20s would fly over to check in every day. Jiang Chen slid down the screen and glanced through the comments section. Many people recognized from the logo on the plane that it was a product of future heavy industries. Although people were no longer surprised by the dark technology of the Future Group, they were still amazed by the fact that he rode an aerospace plane. The richest man is indeed rich. He takes an aerospace plane for longer trips. I just want to know how much this plane costs. Although I can't afford it even if I know. Haha, interesting. Future Heavy Industries is looking to steal business from Gulfstream. Following the automotive industry, is the aviation industry going to experience a bloodbath? To be honest, if this thing is not expensive, it will sell like crazy. I feel that my future has been contracted by Future Group. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile when he saw the top comments, then he called Yarif back. "My friend, now you know which plane I am talking about." Yarif grinned. "I see." Jiang Chen made a helpless expression. "I guess, you are planning to buy one too?" 10. Jiang Chen almost choked as he had to cough to conceal his shocked state. "Do you know how much one costs?" "How much?" Yarif was taken aback. "I will provide you the personnel training and supporting maintenance equipment for free. This Aerospace 100 is the price of 5 Gulfstream G650s. 5 Gulfstreams?" Yarif's brows twitched. Even if the Saudi royal family was rich, it was also royal money. Now Old King viewed Yarif positively. If everything continued smoothly, he would be the next king. But at this moment, if he spent more than 3 billion XIN new dollars to buy 10 private jets, even the old king would probably rethink this decision. "Then, let's have 2. Yarif debated for a moment and decided to pay for it out of his own pocket. "I want them in black. You know, in our country, black represents nobleness. One of them will be plated with my father's name in gold. I plan to give it to my father as a birthday present. As the richest man in the world, the old king lacked nothing. Every year Yarif had to think hard about his birthday because he really didn't know what to give. He gave an elephant the year before last year. Last year his brother gifted a tiger. This year, there seemed to be another lion, so he couldn't just gift more pets. The palace was almost becoming a zoo. Ahem, please send it to my mailbox with your requirements. Jiang Chen interrupted him and said, I can't remember all in my head. Thank you. My friend, Yarif said gratefully. This is a great help to me. Is it that serious? Jiang Chen shook his head while containing his grin, then he hung up. The hotel where he stayed was one of his assets, and it was only 2 blocks away from the National Stadium. From the floor-to-ceiling windows in the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel, the runway and green field were even visible. After Jiang Chen arrived in the room along with the hotel waiter, he tossed his suit on the hanger. He was about to take a shower first, and then lay down and rest for a while. The bodyguards downstairs called his watch and said that someone who claimed to be a reception commissioner sent by the government was visiting. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow as he recalled what Foreign Minister Kishida said to him at the airport. Then he casually said, "Let him up." Yes. Who could it be? He was very curious. About a month ago, Miss Kwai, who was already working for the Yodo Metropolitan Police Department, was called to the office of the Ministry of General Affairs. She was informed that there was an important task assigned to her. Miss Kwai, who hadn't been assigned any key tasks, eagerly rushed to the office in excitement. Her boss politely invited her to sit down, then put a document on the table. He tapped the document lightly with his finger but didn't open it. He instead just explained. A very important foreign guest will visit Yodo on August 2nd, and you will be his security advisor. That's fine, but why am I selected? Kwai was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion. Shouldn't security advisors be selected from the intelligence department? Why am I chosen with just a police background? I don't know. This is a document issued directly from the above. Both the Cabinet Intelligence Research Office and the Ministry of Defense signed the document. The boss touched his nose and said, "Can you show me the mission book? I need more details in order to better complete the task." The expression on the boss's face was a little subtle. He coughed, put the file in the drawer, and looked away while he continued. "No, the task itself is not very difficult. I believe that Miss Kwai's strength is more than sufficient without more details. What you need to do is be responsible for solving some legal problems that the foreign guest may encounter during his stay here. People from the self-defense forces and the intelligence department will be responsible." "I understand, I promise to complete the task." Although she wondered why he couldn't show her the mission log, Miss Kwai still accepted this mission with confidence. It was just that for some strange reason, the old boss, who had always been aggressive towards his subordinates at work, was afraid to look her in the eyes. Perhaps it was her illusion. In any case, it was the first big task in her career. If she could complete this task to perfection, it would definitely be a highlight on her resume. With 120% enthusiasm, Miss Kwai also studied a month of Mandarin. Because she heard that the foreign guest she was in charge of spoke Mandarin, she thought it must be a high-level foreign guest that was coming here to participate in the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games. However, Miss Kwai never expected that when she arrived at the hotel where the foreign guest stayed, with anxiety and excitement, that she'd meet someone she didn't want to see. No, he should be called the devil. "I guess you are hesitant about whether or not you should run away." Jiang Chen looked at the shaking Kwai in the hallway, as her slender shoulders trembled. Jiang Chen touched his chin as his lips curved, "But I guess you will choose to stay." "I'm a police constable now," Miss Kwai said nervously, "please be respectful." I can forget the things that happened before, but from now on, because she was too nervous, she accidentally bit her tongue. Jiang Chen laughed as he looked at the lady with red cheeks. He walked to the sofa and sat down, turned on the TV, and asked casually while changing the channel. "Police constable. What is that?" A rank, the corner of her lips raised, as she was obviously quite proud. She indeed could be proud. In Nippon, women did not have an advantage in the workplace. She graduated from the police academy less than 2 years ago and was able to go from the lowest rank, an inspector, to a constable before she was 24. Even if this was a drama, her promotion path was quite rare. Oh, Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully and laughed, "It seems that they are taking good care of you." Taking care? Kwai was slightly taken aback. She didn't realize that she was promoted so quickly in the workplace because of someone's work. "Let's not talk about this." Jiang Chen smiled and turned off the TV that hadn't been on for too long, since there is still time before nightfall, we might as well do something interesting. What do you want to do? There was a noticeable panic in her eyes and Kuai subconsciously took half a step back. However, when she saw the smirk on Jiang Chen's face, she was agitated. She worked up her courage and stared back at Jiang Chen. In a threatening tone, she said, even if you have diplomatic immunity, if news spreads that you've done something to a police officer, I'm afraid you can't get out of it. The more powerful, the more they cared about their reputation. Kuai was certain that Jiang Chen would definitely make the right choice in front of personal and group reputation. However, when she saw his eyes, Jiang Chen shattered her self-confidence with only 3 words. Are you sure? Are you sure? Kuai started to panic. Even she herself didn't know why she started to question herself. I will tell my boss that I'll give up this mission. Her glistening teeth clenched tightly together, and she bowed deeply. Kuai left this sentence and ran to the entrance. However, when she reached for the doorknob, she realized that she couldn't open the door. I told you to come in, Jiang Chen shrugged, stood up, and said slowly, but I never told you to leave. Kuai hurriedly took out her phone as she saw Jiang Chen walk towards her. Don't worry, you have 1 minute to call now. I'll allow you to ask anyone for help, Jiang Chen said with a smirk. By the way, if you call the police or call your colleague or boss, I promise you it won't work. If you call your family, I will let you go. Everything that happened before will be wiped clean, and I will promise you a reasonable request. The hand that held onto her phone trembled, and Kuai shuddered as she watched Jiang Chen approach her. She moved back again and again before her back was against the door. I still have a bottom line. I never force anyone to do anything. Jiang Chen walked to her and brushed a strand of her hair behind her ear. As he watched her panic like a squirrel, shrunken in the corner, he slowly took away the phone she was holding, then whispered into her ear while blowing on her soft earlobe, it turns out you are still looking forward to it, aren't you? Kuai said in a shaky voice. You devil. I don't think so. Jiang Chen shrugged, dropped the smartphone in his hand on the cabinet at the entrance, and glanced at her with interest. He then said, in fact, there is a very simple way to verify my reasoning. What reasoning? The reasoning that you are actually expecting me to do something to you. Kuai's breathing was choppy as she squeezed these words from between her teeth. That is impossible. Don't deny it right away. Jiang Chen looked at the stubborn and dazed look that interchanged on her face. Then, he raised her right hand and showed it to her with the same smirk, let me teach you what to do. You can go to the bathroom and verify it yourself. It didn't take long before he heard the toilet being flushed in the washroom, followed by the roar of the hairdryer. The smugness of his smile was very apparent. It seemed that he had guessed right. He was curious when she got wet. Did it start when she stepped into the room, or when she was in an internal struggle the moment she held on to the phone? This answer may only be clear to her. But Jiang Chen had a feeling that he would hear it directly from her one day. As for now, he certainly wouldn't do anything to her. He still had a state banquet in the evening to attend to and he did not want to smell like perfume. Since it was part of the fun, he was not in a hurry anyway. He still had to stay in Yoto for a while, so he considered it as a sideshow in this trip. It was quite enjoyable to appreciate the righteous pretty face gradually become confused in the contradiction between resistance and pleasure and begin to doubt everything she had insisted on and finally turn into a mess. After all, if he just needed to vent his desire, it would be too low for his current status. If he just signaled, the number of people who would recommend themselves would be lined up from Coral Island to Celestial City. It was rare to see someone like Miss Kuai, who could possess her dignity for so long. Although it was just part of his wicked humor. After Kuai came out of the washroom, her chest was pumping up and down violently. Her face was completely covered in red clouds of shame, and a hint of lostness. The shame was because of Jiang Chen's frivolity, and the lostness was because she had always believed in what she insisted. She thought she was being forced, and she resisted this devil. However, her body's reaction completely denied this. She didn't know how to face Jiang Chen, or even how to face herself like this. I will go to the New Otani Hotel in the evening. You can arrange this time by yourself. Qian Xia will be here soon. You can go back and get a change of clothes. After all, you are the tour guide sent to me, so of course, you have to live here during this time. After Jiang Chen finished this sentence, he glanced at the blushing Kuai at the door of the bathroom, and deliberately not looked at her expression, he instead just pointed to the sofa next to him. Why are you just standing there? Are you afraid of me? Or, are you expecting me to do something to you? Just when Kuai was blow-drying her hair, besides calling the little maid Qian Xia who was going to school, Jiang Chen also received an email from Yerif. It was evident that the crown prince was very invested in his father's birthday gift. In less than 2 hours, he had already sent the orders. Jiang Chen ignored Kuai, who had sat far away from him. He forwarded the email to Future Heavy Industries CEO Yang Guanlei's email, as well as emphasized the priority of this order. Then he returned a call to Yerif to urge him to send pilots for training on Ange Island Space Training Center as soon as possible. Different from traditional aircraft, the aerospace G-100 that could reach the synchronous orbit could obviously be classified as a space shuttle, and the pilot must naturally possess the identity of an astronaut. Even for an experienced pilot that controlled multiple models of aircraft, it was necessary to attend training for further enhancement. Considering that Saudi Arabia was an important part of the celestial trade Middle East strategy, Jiang Chen did Yerif a favor and waived the pilot training costs, as well as the costs of maintenance equipment. If all these costs were added together, it would cost at least half of a Gulfstream. Jiang Chen sat there writing his emails, while Kuai sat in the corner of the sofa with her head lowered. The quiet atmosphere lasted for a long time until someone knocked on the door to remind Jiang Chen that it was time to leave. The banquet was held at the New Otani Hotel. With only 5 minutes left before the 6 o'clock start, 5 black cars stopped at the entrance of the New Otani Hotel. After the motorcade stopped, a bodyguard stepped forward and opened the door for Jiang Chen, and stood respectfully aside. The foreign minister Kishida walked forward, just like he did at the airport. He extended out his hand from a long distance away. Behind the minister were politicians and elites in different industries who Jiang Chen couldn't name nor interested in meeting. After a polite greeting, Kishida gestured to the entrance of the New Otani Hotel and enthusiastically invited Jiang Chen inside. The superfluous flattery often was the pretense for something else. Jiang Chen certainly didn't think that Mr. Kishida dared to think anything malicious, but his flattering attempt made it difficult to not suspect any ill intentions. However, what surprised Jiang Chen was that from the time he got off the plane, this guy didn't say anything else except for some flattering words, which really didn't fit their style. Maybe he is planning to bring the topic up at the banquet? Jiang Chen thought. The banquet hall was quite spacious, and if the tables were removed, it could be turned into a ballroom. Almost as soon as Jiang Chen took a seat at the table, the banquet began. There was a strange tradition in Nippon. Although the country has a rich food culture, in most of its state banquets, the cuisine of choice was often French, or at least French cuisine with local characteristics. In their own words, the relatively closed cooking method, like the culture, was difficult to change once an impression was formed, let alone be accepted by foreigners. In addition, for the safety of diners, the local cuisine was generally not used in diplomatic settings. In short, they were worried that foreign guests would experience food poisoning or an upset stomach after eating sashimi. As the dining carts passed one by one, the dishes on the table gradually became dazzling. Beside the table, Jiang Chen did not touch his cutleries yet before he unexpectedly saw 2 acquaintances. One was Hiroto Mitsui, the owner of the Mitsui Foundation, and the other was Sumitomo Kenichi, the eldest son of the Sumitomo Foundation. The first was self-explanatory. When the T-virus crisis broke out, after Tanaka was removed by Jiang Chen, Mitsui Hiroto promptly removed himself and his family from the owner behind the Kurofune and submitted a list to Jiang Chen in exchange for Jiang Chen's promise to not further pursue this incident. The two did not meet again afterward. At this moment, Mitsui just smiled at Jiang Chen. In contrast, Sumitomo Kenichi was much more enthusiastic. As the representative of the power cooperation with Celestial Trade, his prestige had grown to the point where he was considered one of the brightest leaders in the younger generation of the Sumitomo Foundation. After he had signed the transmission cable contract with Celestial Trade, the Sumitomo Foundation had grown tremendously. They were the actual controllers of the country's third-largest power company, and now they had monopolized most of the energy market with ultra-low-cost electricity prices. If everything proceeded smoothly, he would become the patriarch of the family. And at this moment, the heir to the Sumitomo Foundation was working hard to discuss the next new deal with Jiang Chen. Chapter 1334 I'm being watched. We are very interested in your company's concept of future city, especially the logistics drone. I have been following your drone logistics pilots in Xiangjiang and Wanhai, and the drone hive is an ingenious design. Full of excitement, Sumitomo Kenichi did not hesitate to give his praise. There is also drone medical care. Currently, Sumitomo Group is investing heavily in logistics and medical care. Is Mr. Jiang interested? If your company plans to introduce drone systems, then, of course, we welcome it. Jiang Chen smiled. Great. If Mr. Jiang doesn't have any special arrangements after the banquet, please allow me to take some of your time. With a happy expression on his face, Sumitomo Kenichi looked at Jiang Chen and said sincerely, I hope to discuss with you in detail. Jiang Chen was about to find an excuse to refuse the meeting, but he saw a hint of pleading in Sumitomo Kenichi's eyes. Jiang Chen thoughtfully examined the candlestick on the dining table while he pondered. He then changed his mind and raised his glass with a smile. Of course. The caution with EMP weapons, the NATO coalition force caught in the mess in Colombia, and the expectations for the collapse of the UA-Nippon-Korea alliance continued to escalate. Everyone was keeping a close eye on Celestial Trade's next move to catch small details that could predict future trends. In a sense, Jiang Chen participating in a state-level banquet held for him was already sending a certain signal to the rest of the world. As for the banquet itself, it was not so important. Precisely because of this very reason, Jiang Chen clearly felt many people were observing him secretly at the banquet. Those eyes were mixed with a hint of confusion, but more so, they revealed, obviously, this makes sense. It was not a secret that Nippon was seeking to join the Earth Defense Alliance in order to avoid high defense taxes and enhance the market competitiveness of its aerospace companies in the space race of the new century. Based on the structure of the Earth Defense Alliance, new member states must be reviewed by the 4 primary member states by voting, and a one-vote veto system was implemented. On the premise of abandoning disputed territories and establishing a correct view of history, Nippon already gained the approval votes of Hua and Russia, and Frankberg's abstention. The only vote in question was Xian. However, now that Jiang Chen was sitting here, it showed that the vote at least won't be an objection, and the possibility of Nippon entering the Earth Defense Alliance was quite high. Jiang Chen was curious about how the UA media would react after tonight. But he was certain that regardless of the outcome, it won't be an optimistic view. When the banquet was approaching its latter half, Jiang Chen won several additional deals for Future Group, with a total value of more than 100 billion XIN new dollars. The projects were drone systems, smart wearables, graphene materials, as well as space mining. Of course, he only showed his intention to work together. As for the specifics of the agreement, it depended on the negotiations with Future Group subsidiaries. Xia Xiyu would verify the outcome, and Jiang Chen rarely interfered with the specifics of the agreement. Speaking of which, I have a question that I don't know if it's appropriate to ask, Kishida Fumio asked with a smile on his face. It depends on the question, Jiang Chen responded with a respectable smile. I don't intend to be offensive, Kishida Fumio smiled. It's just that I heard that the relationship between XIN and the UA has been tense recently, and it has gradually escalated from the military level to the economic level. I don't know if future groups' interests in the UA have been affected by this. Of course there are influences, but they are all within a controllable range. Jiang Chen shrugged, then said with a smile, they can refuse to buy future phones, but they cannot refuse to buy phantom helmets, nor can they refuse to purchase the medical drones that make up 1/3 of their healthcare system. No matter how unreasonable their tariffs on us may be, we don't really mind. After all, it's consumers in their country who pay the bills. Unless they can find a substitute, they have no choice. Ha ha ha, Mr. Jiang can certainly read the situation, cheers. Kishida Fumio, slightly intoxicated, raised his glass. Jiang Chen also raised the glass slightly, but when he drank, he threw the liquor into the storage dimension. In the melodious symphony, the banquet was approaching the end. Since it was getting late, Jiang Chen was not interested in staying any longer. After exchanging goodbyes with Kishida and the others, he got up and headed to the door. After he left New Otani Hotel, he walked toward the convoy at the entrance of the hotel. Unsurprisingly, Sumitomo Kenichi, who had previously hinted at something, also followed him. It was unclear what kind of concerns Mr. Sumitomo had. After he was next to Jiang Chen, he didn't say his intentions directly, nor did he even talk about the drones that he had mentioned earlier. He just chatted casually on some non-related topics. After Jiang Chen got into the car, he also opened the door on the other side and sat next to him. The door closed. Only until this moment, did Sumitomo Kenichi remove the mask on his face. His stiff smile slowly relaxed, he leaned on the seat, and let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen took a long look at the eldest son of the Sumitomo Financial Group, and then he said with a comforting tone. Don't worry about being overheard here, you can speak freely. But before you speak, I have to say something in advance. If you are going to talk to me about something boring, it's better not to say it. I'm being watched. Sumitomo Kenichi hurriedly said. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, then he laughed. You got the wrong guy. For what reason would the eldest son of a large consortium be watched? Apart from the power struggle within the consortium, Jiang Chen could not think of a better reason. The relationship between Celestial Trade and Sumitomo Group could only be described as a friendly partnership. Jiang Chen only knew Sumitomo Kenichi as a partner, and he was not interested in participating in their internal power struggle. To put it bluntly, no matter who the next owner of the Sumitomo Group is, it would have no impact on Celestial Trade's global power grid plan. The Sumitomo Group was not the only company capable of taking on this project in Nippon. The submarine power transmission cables were already built. If the Central Power Company was no longer a suitable partner, Celestial Trade could still work with Eastern Power and Western Power. With many nuclear power and thermal power plants shut down, Nippon no longer had the final say in electricity. No. I didn't find the wrong person. Sumitomo Kenichi stared at Jiang Chen, and said in a pleading tone, please let me finish. Jiang Chen motioned for him to continue. You might think this is an internal struggle within our family, and I'm asking you for help, right? Am I such an idiot? Can those idiots beat me? With a self-deprecating grin, Sumitomo Kenichi took a deep breath, sorted out the thoughts in his head, and stared at Jiang Chen with seriousness. The CIB is targeting me. At the entrance of the New Otani Hotel, guests with flamboyant appearances left one after another. Many people were euphoric because they had signed a big deal, while many people were disappointed that Jiang Chen left too early. Under the streetlight outside the main entrance, Hiroto Mitsui stood beside a black car like a sculpture, his eyes narrowed as he followed the direction Celestial Trade's convoy left in. His bodyguard opened the door for him and stepped aside respectfully. Hiroto Mitsui's assistant with black frame glasses, who stood behind him, stepped aside and reminded his boss softly. President, the car is ready. The silence continued until the few car lights disappeared at the end of the street. Mitsui Hiroto seemed to have made up his mind and nodded slowly. Aha! The CIB? A look of interest appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. What is the reason for the CIB to waste resources on the eldest son of a consortium? Although the Sumitomo Consortium had cooperated on the global grid plan, it was purely an economic exchange. He didn't think there was anything worth investigating. Go on, Jiang Chen quietly said as he leaned back. Sumitomo Kenichi took a deep breath and sorted out the words in his head. Remember the tragedy 2.5 years ago? Of course, Jiang Chen smiled and said softly, I'm afraid no one in this world will forget the tragedy that day. 2.5 years ago, an explosion occurred in Shinagawa, Kyoto. Tens of thousands of people were directly or indirectly infected by the T-virus and were turned into the living dead. It was the second tragedy that happened in the world after what happened in City K, and panic was once again set off worldwide. It was also from that time that the term Takeda Pharmaceutical along with the Nippon authorities were pushed to the midst of controversy. Abe, who was still seeking re-election through constitutional amendments, was also forced to step down because of this, and a year later, he went to jail. The speech made by the leader of Kurofune, Tanaka, made the whole world aware of the word Kurofune and made this word surpass the word Taliban to become the world's #1 terrorist organization. Later, that incident, the previous City K tragedy, and the later Finnish mother nest, were generally regarded as three unpleasant contacts between Earth civilization and extraterrestrial civilization. To a certain extent, it indirectly promoted the establishment of the Earth Defense Alliance. What I want to talk about is exactly that. Sumitomo Kenichi looked at Jiang Chen with a solemn expression, and narrated the complete story. Just 2 months ago, this is what happened. Just 2 months ago, one of Sumitomo Group's cargo ships that was about to set off from Nagasaki port to Los Angeles, was detained by customs at Nagasaki port. The detainment was on the grounds that prohibited items were suspected to be on board. At that time, Sumitomo Kenichi, who was in charge of handling this matter, felt it was very strange. Sumitomo Kenichi had been the president of Sumitomo Shipping for many years, and this was the first time his ship had been detained by customs for transporting embargoed items. It was not until later that he went to the scene to understand the situation and realized the seriousness of the problem. What exactly was in the container in question? Jiang Chen asked while he tried to piece everything together. It's just a bunch of obsolete servers, but the problem lies with these servers, said Sumitomo Kenichi with a dumbfounded expression. Those servers were the assets sold by the bank when Takeda Pharmaceuticals went bankrupt. Based on reliable sources, these servers came from a laboratory codenamed Dark. I believe you don't need me to say more for you to know where that is. The birthplace of the T-virus? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. That's right. Sumitomo Kenichi nodded. When Kurofune issued a declaration of war on all of mankind, in order to prevent Takeda Pharmaceutical from creating an antidote based on his research results, Tanaka formatted all the servers in the laboratory after he took the virus samples. At that time, due to the mismanagement of the Kyoto government and the resignation of the ruling party, after Takeda Pharmaceutical was seized, these servers were inexplicably labeled as auction assets together with other assets. They were purchased by an export trade company 2 years ago, then they disappeared. Sumitomo Kenichi never expected these servers would appear on his ship. But why are the CIB people after you? Jiang Chen frowned and asked. At that time, I thought that I should avoid trouble, so I bribed the customs. Before the customs reported the involved goods, I switched the container with brand new servers, and I was ready to destroy the old servers. But I didn't expect, at this point, Sumitomo Kenichi's smile was bitter, I escaped prosecution by customs, but I didn't escape the eyes of the CIB. After Jiang Chen listened to Sumitomo Kenichi's description, he became deep in thought. Strictly speaking, these servers were definitely harmless. After all data had been formatted. However, there was still a hidden risk. People could use special techniques to restore the deleted data from the server with a probability to successfully restore the data. And now, someone attempted to smuggle these servers on Sumitomo Group's ship to Los Angeles, which made this situation even more intriguing. The Kurofune became small independent units that fought on their own. They were like rodents that feared the light with the constant pursuit of agents around the world. Jiang Chen did not imagine they could have the ability to use the legacy left by Tanaka to revive the organization. As for another possibility, this batch of servers, that should have been sent to Los Angeles, was the work of the CIB. Where are these servers now? Jiang Chen asked. They've been taken away by the CIB. Sumitomo Kenichi squeezed out a bitter smile. I thought it would be fine if they took the server, but it didn't take long before my bodyguard found trackers in my bedroom and on my car. I don't know what they want to do, but I dare say they are not up to anything good. Yes, Jiang Chen laughing and said jokingly, I bet if you were just a nobody, you would have now been fished out from a sewer ditch by the police. That is not a funny joke, Sumitomo Kenichi said with an ugly expression. I'm not joking with you, Jiang Chen shrugged and said with a smile, if I were the CIB, you may have been silenced. Then, is there any other clue? When the bug was first discovered, I hired a private investigator to trace the source of those servers. I wanted to know who smuggled those things into my container. However, in the end, I found something unexpected. What did you found? Rokawa Electronics, the supplier for these servers. Sumitomo Kenichi took a deep breath. The private investigator I hired found out that they are funded by the Mitsui Consortium, right? Jiang Chen grinned. Sumitomo Kenichi's eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Jiang Chen, you want to ask me how I knew, right? Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, raised his chin, and gestured to him in the direction of the rearview mirror with his eyes. Don't look at me as a businessman. I have experienced a lot. I think my counterintelligence ability is quite strong. Mitsui Hiroto dared to follow him. As Jiang Chen spoke, he opened the holographic screen of his watch, edited a short message, and sent it to Gil, the person in charge of ghost agents in Nippon. Then, he said to the uneased Sumitomo Kenichi, beginning tomorrow, I will send someone to secretly ensure your safety. As for other things, I don't need you to do anything for the time being. When I need you, just cooperate with me. Thank you. Sumitomo Kenichi said gratefully. You're welcome, Jiang Chen smiled and said softly, where are you going? If it's not far away, I can ask my driver to drop you off. Of course, if I were you, I would get off immediately. When Jiang Chen returned to the hotel, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. To his surprise, Miss Kwai decided to leave. Only Qian Xia dressed as a maid was in the room. Where is our policewoman? Jiang Chen asked casually as he opened his arms. Ms. Kwai said that if you need anything, please call her. She won't stay here tonight, Qian Xia replied with her beautiful voice as she took Jiang Chen's coat and hung it onto the hanger. She left. Jiang Chen lowered his open arms and he grinned. He remembered telling her before he left to stay tonight. Why didn't you keep her? With a smirk, Jiang Chen rubbed Qian Xia's chin with his finger. I didn't know Master wanted her to stay. Master, if you need, I'll call Ms. Kwai, Qian Xia said with panic in her voice. This is your negligence as a maid for not knowing your master's thoughts. Jiang Chen's finger slid down her chin as he smiled evilly. Forget it, anyway, it's all the same. Originally, I planned to punish her tonight, but you'll have to take the punishment instead. Qian Xia's cheeks turned red. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Chen called her by the name Qian Xia. If he called her by the identity of a maid, then most likely he was thinking of naughty things. Qian Xia closed her fine eyelashes, lowered her head, and whispered in her gentle voice. Master, please punish me. In the early morning of the next day, Jiang Chen slept till 8. Just after he ate the breakfast delivered by the hotel, he was about to check the day's itinerary when Foreign Minister Kishida called. As soon as he picked up, Kishida's laughter entered his ear and he asked in a rather ambiguous tone. "I wonder if Jiang Chen-san was satisfied last night?" "Of course, not satisfied." Halfway through, Jiang Chen suddenly changed his words and said with seriousness, "The person you sent has had a very bad attitude. I obviously asked her to stay. However, when I came back to arrange the next day's itinerary, she left without saying a word." Kishida hurriedly apologized, "I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for the inadequate hospitality, but I hope Jiang Chen-san will not be offended. We will immediately switch." "You don't need to switch," Jiang Chen shook his head as he resisted the urge to laugh. Then he coughed and said with the same seriousness, "She will still be my assistant during the coming days. But Kishida-san, please remember that my tolerance is limited." "Yes. Yes." Kishida sweated profusely as he apologized, but in his mind, he scolded the police superintendent and Kwai countless times. They actually messed this up. Did they not know that Mr. Jiang was an important guest? "Alright, you called me not just to ask me if I was satisfied last night. Let's talk business." "Yes. Mr. Prime Minister hopes to meet with you to discuss matters related to the UA military stationed in Nippon as well as the opportunity to join the alliance. I wonder if Mr. Jiang is free now?" Kishida said quickly. "How does this morning sound? I will go there now." Jiang Chen glanced at the clock on the wall. "No problem. We can do it any time." After he hung up the phone, Jiang Chen looked at Qian Xia who tried to get up from the bed and help him dress. Last night's exercise was a bit too intense for the girl who hadn't worked out for a long time, so her mind was still a little dizzy. "Master, I will help you." "No, you can sleep a little longer." Jiang Chen was not the kind of person that didn't care for others. He grinned and buttoned up his clothes. "Miss Kwai may be here in a bit. You can buy her a drink." Qian Xia was slightly taken aback, then cutely opened her mouth. After she saw Jiang Chen's smirk, she suddenly realized what he meant as she giggled. "Master, you are so bad." It was probably the third time Jiang Chen had visited the Nippon Prime Minister's residence and the third time he had seen the Prime Minister. And something more interesting was that every time he visited, the Prime Minister's smile gave him a completely different feeling. The first time, there seemed to be a knife hidden behind the smile. Nippon did not want to connect to the global grid. The second time it was compromising in reluctance because the Sumitomo Foundation used public opinion and Congress to force the government to make concessions on national security issues. As for the third time, Jiang Chen didn't know what meanings were hidden in his smile. There was a little caution, a little attempt to flatter, as for other meanings, he couldn't fully read him. After some greetings, the Prime Minister invited Jiang Chen to sit, then sat down and asked the assistant next to him to make a cup of matcha for the two. "I want to talk to you about the UA military bases and the troops stationed in Nippon." With a warm smile, the Prime Minister said with straightforwardness, "I believe Jiang Chen-san must also be very concerned about this matter." While he spoke, he took the map from the assistant's hand, spread it out on the coffee table, pointed his finger at the red dot on the map, and said sincerely, "The UA military stationed in Nippon has 88 military facilities and bases, with a total number of more than 40,000 troops. The headquarters is located at Yokota Base in Yodo. If you can find a way to get rid of them, we can sublet 44 of the military bases to you guys." After Jiang Chen listened to his proposal, Jiang Chen sneered in his mind. On the surface, this proposal seemed to be great. The 44 military bases were more than sufficient for Celestial Trade's troops, or even somewhat excessive. However, the issue was not the number of military bases, but the word sublet. When were these military bases leased to the UA? In that case, how can you talk about subletting? If Celestial Trade can get rid of the UA on Nippon soil, you're not going to pay for protection fees, and you're going to charge rent? I'm not here to do charity. For a long time, Nippon shouldered the bulk of the UA military expenditure, even far higher than its own military expenditure. In this sense, it was unfortunate for the Nippon people. While they paid for protection fees, they also enjoyed the protection of the UA soldiers. With the help of Celestial Trade's knife, he could not only get rid of the UA from Nippon soil, remove the financial burden, and completely join the side of the Earth Defense Alliance. Mr. Prime Minister certainly came up with a great plan. But would Jiang Chen really bite? You may have made a mistake, Jiang Chen smiled. Celestial Trade is the world's largest military contractor, it is not the Red Cross. Do you mean? The Prime Minister's expression was a bit stiff. It was obvious that they just wanted to get rid of the UA riding on their heads and did not want to pay for the military expenses of Celestial Trade. 30 military bases. Jiang Chen raised his 3 fingers and said in an irrefutable tone, "You are the bridgehead of the UA in Asia, but for us, it's our doorstep. We don't need to station so many troops here. In addition, we don't plan to scam your money. You paid $5 billion in military expenses last year. From now on, you only need to pay us half, so 2 billion XIN new dollars." As the Prime Minister was about to throw out a counteroffer, Jiang Chen gave the last carrot before he could speak. "If you agree to my terms, then I can also assure you that Nippon will definitely get my vote to join the Earth Defense Alliance." Jiang Chen smiled at the Prime Minister, who was not in the best mood, and smiled, "Of course, you can also get rid of the UA yourself through diplomatic means. We will not use that vote to kidnap you. We have stated from the start that there is only one condition for Nippon to join the Earth Defense Alliance, that is cancel all UA military bases on your soil. We don't like countries sitting on the fence, please be more certain with your position. East or west, you better decide as soon as possible." Since the bankruptcy of Takeda Pharmaceutical, the Mitsui Consortium had fallen from grace and turned from a first-class consortium to now a second-rate consortium. If it weren't for the ancient family name, the head of the Mitsui family would not even be qualified to sit at the banquet with Jiang Chen. However, when Mitsui Hiroto was auctioning off Takeda Pharmaceutical, he hid some tricks under his sleeve and bought the servers with a shell company. At that time, he didn't think too much, it was just an attempt to hedge for the future. After all, Takeda Pharmaceutical spent a lot of money on research and development for these formatted virus materials. But not long ago, the CIB found him and suddenly asked about those servers. After he considered the recent international situation, Hiroto Mitsui immediately understood the CIB's intentions, so he gladly stated that he was the owner of those servers, and at the same time graciously expressed that he was willing to donate these servers. He was even willing to help the CIB, who was now in an awkward position in Nippon, ship these servers out of the country. Taking refuge in the CIB was a gamble. Just as he put his bet on Jiang Chen at that time and believed that Celestial Trade could completely eradicate the Curofune, he did not hesitate to hand over the list in exchange for a promise from Jiang Chen. If he chose to side with the UA on this matter, with the support of the capital, the Mitsui family could make a potential comeback. What's more, he himself was very disgusted with what the current authorities were doing now. He was a staunch supporter of the UA-Nippon alliance. He was also an extremely right-leaning supporter. Otherwise, he would not invest in Tanaka's project to help the development of the T-virus. Early the next morning, Mitsui Hiroto called the CIB. "Last night, I saw Sumitomo Kenichi get into Jiang Chen's car, yesterday. Fu*K. Why did you just call me now?" The man on the other end of the phone was very angry, as he interrupted Mitsui Hiroto. "You let Sumitomo Kenichi be with that man all night." The person on the phone was in charge of the CIB operations in Nippon and his name is Frank. Under normal circumstances, the CIB kept Sumitomo Kenichi under surveillance, but last night was an exception. Where Jiang Chen appeared, ghost agents would definitely be on standby nearby. Therefore, it would have been no different than a suicide mission to request someone to go to the new Otani Hotel, so he asked Mitsui Hiroto. As the owner of the Mitsui Group, it was not an issue for Mitsui Hiroto to attend the state banquet, and he could even sit at the same table as Jiang Chen and Sumitomo Kenichi. What's more, Mitsui Hiroto was also involved in the smuggling of servers. Mitsui Hiroto was a little embarrassed when Frank called him out. Last night, he did want to call the CIB to inform them of the intelligence. However, he suddenly received a call from the company on his way home, so he had to change his itinerary at the last minute to deal with the matter. Unfortunately, he ended up forgetting the matter and only remembered this morning. He didn't stay for too long. I followed them for some distance, and finally Sumitomo Kenichi got out of the vehicle midway. Mitsui Hiroto coughed to hide his awkwardness. Maybe he didn't reveal the secrets of those servers. As the heir of the Sumitomo Foundation, there is no need for him to risk it for something that has nothing to do with him. After a pause, Mitsui Hiroto continued. And as I just said, he didn't ask Jiang Chen to take him home last night. If he stupidly chose to inform, he would definitely not get out of the car and take a taxi home without a bodyguard. They probably just chatted about business matters. At the banquet, Sumitomo-san stated that he planned to import medical drones. As Mitsui Hiroto attempted to excuse his mistake, Frank was about to explode. His hand holding the phone couldn't stop shaking, and he almost smashed the phone against the wall. You followed Jiang Chen. When did you become 007? I need you to analyze the situation. There was no need to guess at all. Jiang Chen already confirmed Mitsui Hiroto's link with the servers. He wouldn't even be surprised if this phone call was being tapped. Regardless of how far the little mouse hired by Sumitomo Kenichi had gotten, once the ghost agents were on the case, they would definitely follow the lead from Mitsui Hiroto. The only reason why he was not captured by ghost agents on the spot was for this very reason. What a Dumba *S teammate. Frank scolded the old man countless times. He finally took a deep breath, calmed his mind and tone, and continued. It's hard to say whether Sumitomo Kenichi has leaked the information. We can't take this risk. To continue waiting would only force us to be in a more awkward position. We must ship the servers out of the country as soon as possible. I already have a plan, but we need your cooperation. Come to Ginza immediately, and we will meet in the same place. I will leave now. Mitsui Hiroto nodded. Frank didn't hesitate after he hung up the phone. He immediately looked at the assistant beside him and said coldly. Hiroto Mitsui has been tracked by ghost agents, sent someone to take him out. He is a bit sensitive, so remember to do it cleanly. Yes. The assistant nodded and immediately walked out of the office. After Mitsui Hiroto hung up, he left his office immediately and called his butler. Get the car immediately, I need to go out. The bolter quickly prepared the car. Without the time to eat breakfast, Mitsui Hiroto rushed to the garage in the basement. Before the bodyguard opened the door for him, he opened the door himself and sat in. At this moment, all of Mitsui Hiroto's thoughts were on the servers. He didn't even notice that just as his car left his mansion, a black car followed him. Gil maintained a safe distance behind Mitsui Hiroto. She freed up her right hand holding the steering wheel and pressed lightly on her collar. Target has left the residence, Group B and Group C follow up. Roger that. Two clear replies came into her ear. The cars that were waiting on the next two streets also started their engines slowly and trailed Gil's vehicle. Perhaps to prevent being tracked by celestial trade, Mitsui Hiroto drove a fuel-powered car without a magnetic levitation function. Gil and the others did not activate the magnetic levitation device on their cars as they mixed with the sparse traffic on the street. Gil's eyes were locked on Mitsui Hiroto. She gestured to her teammate next to her to release the drone. The drone jetted along the bottom of the magnetic levitation lane to prevent losing Mitsui Hiroto. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Mitsui Hiroto rolled up his sleeves and glanced at the diamond-encrusted gold watch on his wrist, and his sparse eyebrows gradually twisted together. From the moment he left the mansion, he had a feeling of anxiety that lingered in his mind. How long before we arrive? It depends on the traffic. At most half an hour, the driver really wanted to scorn. If you are in such a rush, why don't you let me drive the magnetic levitation model Toyota? However, he could only curse in his mind. At this moment, a black car next to them suddenly sped up and overtook them. Do you know how to drive? The driver cursed under his breath as he was about to turn the steering wheel to overtake again. But at this moment, two black cars sped up simultaneously and sandwiched him in the middle as they blocked both lanes on the side. Mitsui Hiroshi knew something was wrong. The bodyguard next to him already realized something was wrong. He put his hand into his jacket and held onto the Glock while the other hand patted the driver's shoulder. He said in a calm and collected voice, "The two cars next to us are." Before he could finish, the windows of the two cars shattered at the same time. Without the slightest warning, two muzzles sneaked out from the shadows and aimed at Mitsui Hiroto's car. Mitsui Hiroto's pupils shrank in an instant, but he and his bodyguard did not have time to react before orange flames burst out from the muzzles. In just 2 seconds, a brand new Toyota was turned into a sieve. The windows shattered into glass shards and there were dense bullet holes on the doors, hood, and trunk. Blood covered every corner of the car, whether it was the driver, the bodyguard, or the owner of the Mitsui consortium, they were all covered in blood. The Toyota that lost its driver was like a wild horse without its reins. It slammed into a street light next to the highway. Not all the bullets hit the car, and many stray bullets flew into the crowd on the street, wounding innocent pedestrians. Murder. Help. My legs. People screamed in all different languages and fled in different directions. No one thought that this kind of incident would happen. No one thought that this kind of incident would happen in Kyoto and on the eve of the Olympics. The unexpected event completely stunned Gil as she continued to follow the car. Then she slammed the gas without hesitation as she sped up to 100 kilometers an hour and chased after the three fleeing vehicles. Lu Wei, mark them. I'm already on it. The ghost agent next to her clicked on the tablet in her hand, selected the three vehicles with three different colored boxes, and then transmitted the information to the Sky IX-1 observation satellite. The moment she completed her actions, the three cars ran a red light at an intersection and headed for three different directions. Attention, Group B, Group C, the target vehicles have been marked, capture the targets. You have permission to fire. Gil pressed the button around her collar and ordered. At the same time, she slammed the gas even harder and chased the black car straight ahead. Sirens echoed on the streets, but because the location was busy downtown, it was not easy to set up roadblocks to stop the murderers. These assassins also obviously had accomplices helping them, as they created traffic incidents to slow down the Kyoto police. Gil pressed down the gas to the limit, and in the downtown area, she started street racing with the obviously modified black car. The black car noticed the chaser behind it. When the car that previously blocked Mitsui Hiroto's vehicle realized that it could not get rid of its tail, it suddenly drove to the middle of the road. At the same time, a gunman smashed through the car window with the gun stock, leaned out his body, and smoothly took out the automatic rifle on the door. The pupils above the mask revealed a deep desire for blood. Flames spurted from the muzzle as the gunman fired at the hood and tires of Gil's car. The bullets directly deformed the hood and left thumb-sized cracks on the front window. These bullets were obviously a special kind, but fortunately, they still failed to penetrate the nanoceramic bulletproof layer designed by future heavy industries. Whatever. Gil bit her tongue and immediately turned her steering wheel. She drove onto the lane next to the black vehicle to get into the gunman's blind spot. Just as the gunman was about to change sides, she shouted at her teammate next to her. Lu Wei, make it stop. Roger that. With a sneer, the short-haired girl next to her pressed the button on the tablet. Damn *T. It's the ghost agents. The target entered the shooter's blind zone, and Chuan Yuanxing immediately retracted the rifle into the window, smashed the window on the other side, and leaned his body out again. Keep it steady. Let me get the tires. I'm already trying my hardest to stabilize the steering wheel. The person driving cussed under his breath while his hands tightly grasped the steering wheel and his eyes fixated on the road ahead. However, a drone suddenly appeared in front of him and slammed into the window of the car with its chassis. What's that? Before he could let out a scream, the dazzling white light and harsh sonic boom robbed him of his sight and hearing. He felt like a heavy hammer just smashed his head. In a panic, he subconsciously turned the steering wheel, and the assassin that leaned out of the car window was thrown out and collided directly with an oncoming van. He couldn't be more dead. The out-of-control car slammed into the guardrail next to the highway and the whole car spun in the air before it landed upside down and slid forward. The car was completely deformed, and the wheels stopped turning. The surrounding crowd screamed and fled. The employees hiding in the shop hid under the counter and called the police with trembling fingers. The door of the driver's seat opened, and the man in a blue jacket struggled to get out of the crashed car. As he looked up with his blood-stained face, he drew the pistol in his pocket and attempted to aim at the ghost agent's vehicle. However, before he could even raise the gun, he passed out due to excessive blood loss and fell unconscious. Gil slammed on the brake and stopped 20 meters near the crashed vehicle. Gil was the first one to rush out as she aimed directly at the vehicle with her foldable assault rifle. She then gestured to her teammate and approached the overturned car from both sides. There was a piercing alarm bell from afar. These assassins had nowhere to escape. Use EMP first. She gestured Lu Wei to stop, took out a grenade from her belt, and was just about to pull the fuse. But at this moment, flames burst into the sky. With a loud boom, the explosion of molten flame engulfed the car completely. Gil and Lu Wei searched for shelter as they leaned against the car parked on the side of the road, and escaped the raging explosion. Gil stood up, bit her lower lip, and stared straight at the destroyed car. Then she slowly lowered her rifle. The flame was still burning, and the ground and surrounding shops all turned black because of the high heat. There was no possible way for those assassins to survive with the power of the explosion. After a while, Gil finally squeezed out a word from between her lips. Fu *K. A. Chapter 1339 Nippon's Compromise. Nippon's Prime Minister finally agreed to Jiang Chen's request. 30 military bases were transferred to celestial trade with a symbolic rent of 1 xin new dollar. At the same time, Nippon agreed to pay 2 billion in military expenses for a total of 30,000 celestial trade mercenaries each year. On the contrary, Mr. Prime Minister finally received the vote he dreamed about every night. A happy ending. Everyone got what they wanted. Although when he nodded, Mr. Prime Minister's expression was quite reluctant, as if he had eaten a fly. On the Colombian battlefield, the NATO coalition force were already in direct combat with XIN's younger brothers, which made the situation almost identical to the war in 1950. Today's Earth Defense Alliance was just like the original Warsaw Pact, and NATO was still the NATO, but the balance between the two sides quietly tilted. If one day the UA and XIN started a war, the UA operated a total of 88 military bases in his country, and the headquarters was located in the capital Yodo, and the 7th Fleet would inevitably depart from Nippon. If this lunatic decided to throw an EMP to Yodo, and then use the sun as the scapegoat again. It was hard to say what would happen to the UA, but Yodo would indeed cease to exist. Therefore, Mr. Prime Minister's compromise was also a helpless move. Even if the decision was not impacted by the Earth Defense Alliance, he must remove his country from the two big gangsters before the relationship between the UA and XIN deteriorated further. Jiang Chen left the Prime Minister's residence with pleasing results. Negotiations went smoother than expected. Originally, he was prepared to put pressure on Nippon's Prime Minister through external forces, but it was not necessary for the time being. Next, he just needed to ask Zhang Yaping to make a visit and implement the terms they had discussed. The next issue of discussion would be removing the UA troops stationed in Nippon. However, just as Jiang Chen walked out of the Prime Minister's residence, he suddenly received a call from Aisha on his watch. As soon as the call was connected, he heard Aisha's hasty tone. Hiroto Mitsui was assassinated. Jiang Chen took a second to process the information. Then he subconsciously looked around, and after confirming that there was no one nearby, he walked quickly towards his car and lowered his voice. Hiroto Mitsui? Dead? Who did it? Aisha simply recounted to Jiang Chen what happened just 10 minutes ago. She started with ghost agents' monitoring of Mitsui Hiroto and tracking him to the meeting with the CIB. However, no one thought that murder in broad daylight would happen. Gil, who led the team on the mission, confirmed the identity of the assassin and confirmed that it was the CIB. In fact, there was no need to prove that at this time, only the CIB possessed the motive for the murder. No survivor? Jiang Chen asked. I'm very sorry, Aisha lowered her head apologetically, and said in a quiet voice, they set up a bomb in the car. When it was confirmed that there was no hope of escape, their unseen accomplice detonated the bomb remotely. This is not your fault, don't blame yourself too much. When he heard Aisha's disappointment in her voice, he comforted her, by the way, no one was hurt, right? I mean our people. No, that's good. Arrange a meeting with Gil for me. Wait, forget it, Jiang Chen gestured to the driver while in the car. After he debated for a moment, he continued, ask her to see me at the embassy tomorrow. I will go to the embassy to meet Zhang Yaping at about 10 o'clock. After meeting Zhang Yaping, I will personally ask her what happened. Okay. Aisha nodded. Also, let me think, Jiang Chen touched his chin and said after a moment, we will send more people to protect Sumitomo Kenichi. His identity can still be used. If there is nothing else, that's it. Your first task is to find the whereabouts of those servers. I'm now very worried that it has been shipped out of Nippon by the CIB through special means, although this is unlikely. Suddenly, Jiang Chen considered a possibility. What if the CIB put the server in the UA military base in Nippon? Where is the UA 7th Fleet now? Jiang Chen asked abruptly. Aisha thought for a moment and quickly gave a response. The fleet arrived at the military base in Yokosuka 2 days ago, and now it is probably resupplying at the port. Yokosuka. Jiang Chen opened the holographic map of the watch, then zoomed the map out to Nippon. He finally stopped at the Yokosuka prefecture. Is it next to Yodo? Jiang Chen rubbed his chin as he said thoughtfully. In fact, as long as they could identify the location of these servers, once these servers were shipped, Celestial Trade would have full control of the outcome. No one could escape the eyes of Sky IX-1. It was not difficult for Aurora 20s to sink a cargo ship. If an ordinary cargo was destroyed, as long as Celestial Trade did not claim responsibility, the UA would also not blame the attack on Celestial Trade. Unless they admitted to the content transported on the ship. But it was obviously impossible because they were servers holding T-virus information. Based on this thought process, the UA must certainly have recognized the situation. He was most worried about these servers being already shipped to the Yokosuka military base because the UA may deploy the 7th Fleet to escort those servers that may restore T-virus data. Should he gamble? If he really found these servers in the UA military base in Nippon. There was a dubious smile on Jiang Chen's face. There was no way for the UA to escape this bucket of dirty water. The headline of the day was already reserved for Mr. Mitsui Hiroto. 3 people in a car were killed, and 3 cars fled frantically after the assassination. They staged a fast and furious scene in downtown Yodo with ghost agents who assisted the Yodo police. The assassins eventually suicided and the event shocked the entire country. Almost everyone was speculating whether this incident was a targeted vendetta or a terrorist attack. This happened just a week before the Olympic flame that symbolized unity and peace was ignited, which undoubtedly cast a shadow over the Olympics. In front of the media, Mitsui Hiroto's wife was in a state of trauma. His eldest son roared angrily in front of the media, and he swore that he would use all the power of the Mitsui consortium to trace the identity of the murderer and the person behind the assassination. The only suspicious point now was the call that Mitsui Hiroto made before he left home. Public opinion generally agreed that the call may become the key to solving the case. But would it be so simple? The Yodo police held a press conference to explain the case in detail, and at the same time urged the mass to remain calm. Yodo police will investigate this bloody incident that took place on the streets of Ginza, find the suspects responsible, and provide an explanation. The police superintendent was sweating profusely as he answered the countless questions directly at him while he smiled bitterly in his mind. The case could have been solved long ago, and of course, he knew who was behind the assassination. But could he solve this case? The ghost agents were on one side while the CIB was on the other. As a small superintendent, there was no way for him to get into their mess. He could only sweep this under the rug. If he was a little careless, as the superintendent, he may have to step down to take the blame. In the lobby of the hotel, Kwai's right hand gripped her left arm tightly, and her eyes were filled with grievances and unwillingness as she stared at the elevator door. Just now, she was scolded by her boss on the phone. The cause was that she reported to her boss that Jiang Chen's inappropriate behavior caused her to be uncomfortable and proposed that a male police officer take over her job. However, she did not expect that such a reasonable request was not only ruthlessly rejected, but she was also scolded for it. How could Jiang Chen do that kind of thing? It must be your attitude. Besides, he is the president of Celestial Trade and Future Group, the world's richest man, and a distinguished guest of Nippon. Why are you dissatisfied and unpleased? I don't know how many people envy your job. If it weren't for the cabinet minister, how could you take on this job? I order you to immediately correct your attitude and return to your post. This is not only my order but also the order of the foreign secretary. You can weigh it yourself. Kwai couldn't believe what she just heard. She stared dumbfoundedly at the phone that already disconnected. How could that meticulous old police officer say such nonsense? Also, when was the cabinet able to intervene in the justice system so blatantly? Fortunately, the boss didn't reprimand her for a long time and quickly hung up the phone. There seemed to be a big case in Ginza. The entire police department was working on this case. She put down her phone as if she had just lost her soul and she drove to the hotel. She didn't know what kind of emotion she had when she got into the elevator. She passed through the watchful eyes of the bodyguards, headed to the door of that room, and pressed the doorbell. Fortunately, it was Qian Xia who opened the door and not that demon. Officer Kwai. Qian Xia smiled as if she was expecting her. You are here to see the master. He left early in the morning. The word master made Kwai feel quite awkward, but she didn't say anything more about it and simply asked with a standoffish vibe. When will he be back? I don't know, he didn't tell me the specifics. Qian Xia shook her head, still with the same smile. Anyway, please come in. Kwai took off her shoes, put on the slippers Qian Xia had prepared for her, and went to sit on the sofa in the living room. Qian Xia went into the kitchen, and soon brought her a cup of black tea. After Kwai expressed her gratitude, she stood up to take the cup from her and then sat back down. With both her hands on the teacup, she took a small sip. The scent of tea calmed her mind and made Officer Kwai's depressed mood slightly better. She hadn't drank much water since she got up, and she was indeed thirsty now. The self-proclaimed maid, Qian Xia, was indeed an expert in tea craft. Even if she didn't understand the tea culture, she still tasted the difference in this cup of black tea from the fragrance that diffused at the tip of her tongue. What are you thinking about? When Kwai heard the voice across from her, she looked up at the smiling Qian Xia. Then she immediately lowered her head with thoughts in her mind. Why is Miss Qian Xia working for him? You should know that he is, with the hot teacup in her hands, Quate wanted to use the words devil and pervert to describe the demon. However, she couldn't decide which one was more appropriate. In the beginning, it was only because of work. As for what happened later, Qian Xia's cheeks showed a tinge of red, and her index finger rested on her lips as she spoke embarrassedly, probably because I felt very happy. Happy? Kuai was stunned. Her eyebrows twitched slightly and she said somewhat awkward, "Eh? Do you call that happiness?" Of course, Qian Xia nodded and smiled frankly. Why isn't Miss Kuai franker? Franker? Kuai frowned slightly, I don't understand what you mean. Qian Xia smiled and tapped her index finger on her lower lip. Well, maybe the master is fascinated by you at this point. Even I start to admire you a little. Kuai looked at Qian Xia in a daze. She inexplicably felt a strangeness from her sweet smile and it made her uncomfortable. She didn't know why. Just instinctively, she felt a trace of fear. Sorry, I have to go now. She put the cup on the table and as she was about to stand up and bow to say goodbye, her head suddenly felt dizzy, her legs turned soft, and she sat back down again. Ah, are you leaving this early? Qian Xia smiled and stood up slowly. Kuai looked at Qian Xia who was walking towards her and a trace of panic crossed her cloudy eyes. She struggled to sit up, but the sofa behind her seemed to be magical as it firmly imprisoned her weak body into the softness. What did you put in the cup? Kuai exhausted the last bit of strength and squeezed these words from her throat. Something that can make you franker. Without changing the way she smiled, Qiao Xia bowed slightly, I'm very sorry, please forgive the master for his waywardness. Don't come to me. Miss Kuai, I apologize. 300 words deleted. Before Jiang Chen left the bedroom, he turned on the TV on the wall and set the sequence of the movies. After he completed these steps, he turned around and smiled wickedly at Officer Kuai, then clapped his hands to signal his victory and left the room. Kuai, who laid in the darkness, watched the door close with confusion in her eyes, at the same time, she was secretly relieved. Soon, a line of red English text and a small white print that could not be read clearly appeared. FBA warning. What is it? But as soon as she heard the sound from the TV, her face instantly turned red. The indescribable picture, mixed with moaning, played right in front of her eyes. As the only source of light, unless she closed her eyes, it was difficult to not look. But even if she closed her eyes, it was impossible to block the noises shocking her eardrums. By the way, in order to prevent her from falling asleep, Jiang Chen deliberately turned the volume to the maximum before he left. In this beautiful agony, the sweaty Miss Kuai tossed and turned until the latter half of the night before she finally fell asleep in fatigue. The next morning, Jiang Chen went to Kuai's room to take a look. Based on the water stains on the bedsheet, he smirked. He was now more and more certain. Officer Kuai with a strong sense of justice was actually a masochist deep down, eager to be treated roughly and bullied by someone stronger than her. Of course, maybe she was not a masochist from the start, but he developed this fetish for her. After he returned to the bedroom next door, Jiang Chen saw that Qian Xia was already up, so he ordered. Help her change the sheets later and feed her something. Other than untying her, meet all of her demands. If one person is not enough, you can get the hotel to send a maid to help you, I'll let the hotel manager know. Also, I won't be back until very late so you don't have to wait for me. Yes, master. Qian Xia kneeled on the bedding, naked, and replied submissively. Minato Ward, Yodo the Xin Embassy in Nippon. In the office of the Xin Embassy, Jiang Chen met Zhang Yaping who arrived in Nippon 2 days earlier than him. They have agreed. This is the drafted agreement, you can take a look. Jiang Chen handed over the documents to President Zhang. He sat on the sofa across from him, raised his leg, and crossed his fingers on his knees. Tomorrow, you just have to be there, and he will sign it. 2 billion XIN new dollars, a symbolic lease of 1 XIN new dollar. They actually accepted this. It's amazing. Zhang Yaping couldn't help but exclaim as he turned the agreement. Okay, if you don't have supplementary terms, I will discuss those with them based on this. They have to accept it because we have the vote they need most, and they are eager to take themselves out of NATO before the international situation deteriorates further, Jiang Chen said with a smile. I'm going to the Westin Hotel in a bit to see our athletes. Are you going to stay here or take a tour with me? I still have a few more things to do, so I won't join you, Jiang Chen smiled. Say hello to the athletes for me. Then it's almost time. I'll ask the assistant to make a cup of coffee for you. I'm going to leave. Aha, don't worry about me. After Zhang Yaping said goodbye, he left. It didn't take long before a lady in a suit came in with a cup of coffee. She greeted Jiang Chen before she left the office and gently closed the door. He took a book out of the shelf and flipped through it on the sofa. When the clock reached 10, a girl with a ponytail knocked on the door, and after she received Jiang Chen's consent, she came in. Are you Gil? Jiang Chen closed the book and smiled at the careful girl, and gestured her to sit down across from him. I'm not used to others talking to me while standing, please take a seat. Thank you. Gil nodded with gratitude and sat down, feeling restrained. As the top of the second group of students, she was the director of the intelligence office in Nippon promoted by Aisha. In other words, she was the head of the ghost agents in this region. Because she always served on missions overseas, she saw the fabled character on pictures more than in person. Even if she did see him, it was from a far distance. So tell me, I want to hear what happened yesterday. As Gil sat down, Jiang Chen asked straightforwardly. Gil nodded and explained. After receiving your order, we immediately started monitoring Mitsui Hiroto. Yesterday morning, we monitored his phone call with the CIB and learned that the CIB asked him to meet at the usual place to discuss the servers. After we saw Mitsui Hiroto come out, I immediately followed, but I didn't expect that the CIB to be so outrageous that they would send assassins to intercept Mitsui Hiroto in the downtown area. After Gil retold the story, Jiang Chen nodded and tapped lightly on the armrest of the sofa. I see. I remember that your equipment can locate the signal source in binary coordinates, so have you found the people who called Mitsui Hiroto? They moved when we arrived, Gil shook her head regretfully. With a sigh, Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa and continued to speak after a moment of thought. Mitsui Hiroto. Forget it. Although it is a pity that we lost this lead, the key for us now is to find those servers, at least pinpoint their locations before they leave. Now Jiang Chen was already certain why the UA wanted those servers. Even if they did not do anything, the knowledge of a powerful contagious and destructive virus was a strategic deterrent in itself. Although future biology had developed vaccines for the T and TT viruses, they were only effective against these two viruses. With genetic engineering and other methods to modify the sequence of the T virus, it was not difficult to develop an improved T virus that can be immune to the current vaccine with the current biotechnology. The pressure of Celestial Trade's EMP weapons made the UA search for something to supplement its already weak nuclear deterrent. Although using the virus as a deterrent was dirty, it was not the time to care about that. It seemed necessary to head to the military base in Yokosuka. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin in thought. Compared with the bustling streets of Yokosuka was a much quieter city. A black Volkswagen car was parked at the entrance of Mikasa Park. After an Asian male got out of the car, he stopped at the entrance of the park for a while, and soon walked toward the park, like other tourists visiting there. Mikasa Park faced the Yokosuka port. With trees and plants of all varieties grown here, it was known for its beautiful scenery, but it was named after a battleship that had been abandoned for almost a century. The Mikasa battleship was built by the British Vickers shipyard in 1900 and named after Mikasa. It participated in the war as the flagship of the combined fleet and played a decisive role. The rusty battleship was repainted with gray paint to attract tourists. Next to the giant cannon, girls and boys cosplayed the Kantai collection. The small vendors nearby all innovatively sold posters or merchandise as well. As for the small souvenirs of the old age, most were swept into the tomb of history as they laid in the corners to eat dust. Unlike the others, the Asian male went straight through the park and into the depths of the grove. Few tourists chose to go into the woods at night for a hike, but he was an exception. After he entered the woods, he looked around and saw that no one was following, then he pressed a button on his collar. Digital ripples spread from the tip of his nose to the surroundings. After a burst of light and shadow distortion, the true face behind the optical camouflage was revealed. If a reporter saw the scene, that person would scream. Because he was no other than Jiang Chen, president of Celestial Trade. Jiang Chen walked straight to the back of the park and looked at the port across the sea. Then, his eyes narrowed. Is it in the front? The Maritime Self-Defense Forces military base was right in front of him. On the other side of the military base was the central island Hakone, the location of UAE Navy's military base, and where the 7th Fleet was currently docked. On Google Maps, the location was a gray area with only rough terrain contour lines visible. However, it was not an issue for the Sky X-1 observation satellite. Maybe Jiang Chen knew the current location of the patrols better compared to the actual soldiers in the base. The reason why he chose the farther away Mikasa Park was because of the laxer security in this region. Especially because of the number of tourists, it was easier for him to mix in with the crowds. Jiang Chen equipped the amphibious K2 kinetic skeleton in the woods on the shore, then tossed his clothes into the storage dimension and did a warm-up exercise. He then grinned at the port not far away. I hope I can find something good this time. It was the second time he sneaked into a military base. Last time, it was District 51 in Nevada. The icy sea water was isolated by a fully enclosed kinetic skeleton. Jiang Chen, who jumped into the sea, flipped his fins and swam about 50 meters to the deep water area. He then took out a percentile-sized underwater thruster from the storage dimension. Like a torpedo, he grabbed the handrail and rode on it. A series of small bubbles ejected from the turbine behind the propeller as it pushed Jiang Chen forward. He circled the Maritime Self-Defense Forces port and advanced to the UAE military base. Important military facilities like Yokosuka Port were monitored by underwater sonar 24/7 and were patrolled underwater by frogmen to prevent enemy frogmen or submersibles from approaching. However, it was not an obstacle for Jiang Chen. The 21st century monitoring method like sonar was not much different from a blind man in front of the anti-sonar coating of the new amphibious kinetic skeleton and its thruster. As for the frogmen on patrol, they must be able to see him to detect an enemy intrusion. Jiang Chen returned the thruster to the storage dimension when he approached the edge of the port. He hid behind the reef and narrowly avoided two patrolling frogmen. After they left the area, Jiang Chen swam out, and flipped his fins up and down to avoid disturbing the nearby fish. He slowly floated to the shore. While he passed underneath the USS Lexington, Jiang Chen hesitated, but finally suppressed his urge to do something on it. Although the thought of sinking an aircraft carrier was great, it would do more harm to his plan. His ultimately goal was to make the 7th Fleet leave Asia, not to let the UA stay here with an excuse like repairing the aircraft carrier. He took a deep breath and tossed the alluring thought out of his head. He slowly flipped his fins to the edge of the shore. Optical invisibility's number one weakness was during the switch of the physical environment, especially when floating up from underwater, it was the moment most likely to be exposed. However, with the bird's-eye perspective from Sky IX-1, Jiang Chen avoided the patrol team. As soon as he landed ashore, he went to the apocalypse to dry himself to prevent water droplets from exposing himself. Then, after he confirmed with the drone that no patrols were near him, he finally returned back to the military base. The sentry on the watchtower leaned the sniper rifle to one side, took a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it while no one was paying attention. He didn't notice that just below him, an invisible ghost slowly sneaked by. After he passed the watchtower, He carefully avoided the infrared sensor hidden by the wall, moved more than 10 meters closer to the warehouse with naval supplies, and hid in the blind spots of the patrol teams. He carefully removed a tablet from the storage dimension and released 4 hummingbird drones in 4 different directions. The next question was where those servers might be. The worst-case scenario was that they have not been transported to the military base and he snuck into the base for nothing. But this possibility was tiny and Jiang Chen believed his instinct. From the CIB officials' perspective, if they decisively abandoned Mitsui Hiroto, then they must have believed that ghost agents already followed this clue to discover something, it was just that they were uncertain how far the ghost agents got. Then there seemed to be only one option left, and that was to transport those servers into the military base as soon as possible, in particular, the base where the 7th Fleet was docked. Because in Nippon, apart from the seemingly safe embassy with full diplomatic immunity, the military base was the safest place. As for where these servers were placed, there was no better choice than searching through the warehouses one by one. Just as Jiang Chen tirelessly controlled the drones, looked into the windows, then scanned the containers with supplies one by one, 2 gray cars stopped in front of the checkpoints of the military base. After they showed their documents, they were permitted to pass. Jiang Chen, who sat against the wall and was on his 4th warehouse, noticed 2 bright dots appear in thermal images of the minimized satellite image. They were moving towards the center of the military base on the main road. Jiang Chen stopped the drones that were scanning the containers. He clicked a few times on the tablet and switched the camera to the drone that was closest to the 2 heat sources. 2 gray cars, 2 normal license plate numbers. With the help of the streetlights, he noticed the license plates of the 2 cars. Jiang Chen, who was staring at the screen, questioned himself. If he recalled correctly, vehicles of the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and other government departments, as well as the vehicles of the UA military, all had special license plates. The 2 cars with normal license plates driving into the military base were quite intriguing. With a frown, Jiang Chen controlled the drone and followed the vehicles from afar. The 2 cars parked at the entrance of a barracks in the middle of the military base. On the car in the front, 4 people in suits got off. Jiang Chen connected to the ghost agent's database, pointed the drone at the person in front, and whispered into the headset. "Lilith, help me confirm his identity." In the augmented reality interface of the tactical eyepiece, the icon in the lower right corner flickered slightly. Soon, a familiar electronic sound entered his ear. "Roger that. Matching complete." The photos flashed through Jiang Chen's tactical eyepiece one by one, and finally froze on an unsmiling face. Frank, the highest-ranking CIB official in Nippon, commanding over 400 field agents. In the ghost agent's database, there was only a brief sentence about him. Even Gil did not obtain more information about the area head in Nippon. Jiang Chen then performed facial recognition on several other CIB agents. 3 of them did not show up in the database due to minimal activities. After Jiang Chen established profiles for them, he focused all his attention on Frank, as well as the 2 Navy officers approaching them. Thomas, Lieutenant Admiral, commander of the UA 7th Fleet, resume, graduated from the University of California with a bachelor's degree in civil engineering, and later received a master's degree in national security studies from the National War College. Howard, Major Admiral, Chief of Yokosuka Military Base, resume, a Lieutenant General, a Major General, plus a senior CIB official. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Things seemed to be getting more interesting. The tiny probe protruded from the bottom of the hummingbird drone, aimed at the window of the car, and projected invisible infrared light. Jiang Chen pressed his headset and soon he listened in on the 3 people's conversation. "If you're worried, we can send a ship to transport these servers to Guam, and then ship it back to Los Angeles by air." "We cannot ship by air. You must use a submarine." "We must." Frank said immediately, only a submarine can ensure that these servers can be safely delivered to the Los Angeles Research Center. In addition, the 7th Fleet must cruise to Guam and create the illusion that these severs were sent to Guam. I don't understand, Major Admiral Howard frowned. No matter how arrogant celestial trade is, do they dare to directly attack our plane? Humph, Frank sneered, and the eyes above the hooked nose pierced sharpness, you don't know them. They never played by the rules. They may not dare to shoot our plane down blatantly, but they can make us never find where it went. Are these servers so important? Lieutenant Admiral Thomas asked seriously. It is not a trivial matter to mobilize the 7th Fleet. It requires documents from the Department of Defense. Although Secretary Carter asked me to follow your orders, the mobilization of the fleet has exceeded your authority. I'm here for this very reason. As Frank spoke, he took the briefcase from the agent next to him and handed the document he took from the briefcase to Lieutenant Admiral Thomas. This is the authorization document signed by the Department of Defense, Capitol, and Congress. I hope you take this matter seriously. Under the streetlight, Lieutenant Admiral Thomas looked through the document with a serious expression. After about 5 minutes, he passed it to the officer next to him and showed a stern look. Tomorrow morning, I'll verify with the Department of Defense. If it is true, I'll follow everything as you order. The three said something more and then walked to the barracks. They were certainly quite dedicated to distracting celestial trade by using the entire 7th Fleet as a cover for those servers. The question now was where those servers were. If he couldn't locate the servers, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, and he would have to monitor every single nuclear submarine that may set off at any moment. He had to admit that Frank's analysis was spot on. Jiang Chen possessed the means to hack both planes and ships, but he could not do much to nuclear submarines. Even with celestial trade's technology, to locate a completely silent submarine would be no easier than finding a needle in the Pacific. Jiang Chen hesitated as he looked at the patrolling Marines. He was by the port warehouse, about a kilometer away from those people, and he did not want to sneak into an enclosed building. Because they set up countermeasures for optical invisibility, in addition to infrared rays, there must be other countermeasures he was not aware of in these sensitive areas. Otherwise, Gil would have penetrated in long ago. As for those drones, as long as they were not blind, the drone would be easily spotted if it descended by even a few meters. What to do? He suddenly had an idea and pressed his helmet. Lilith, can you hack into these people's electronic devices? Turn on the drone's data transmission laser and aim it at the electronic device that you intend to hack into. Lilith yawned on the living room sofa and said with a tone that lacked interest, the boss fight is about to start, quick. Lilith's words almost made Jiang Chen choke on his saliva. Fu *K. Is your boss fight more important or is my ask more important? Are you not afraid I would ask Aisha to cut the internet? Just when Jiang Chen was busy finding suitable electronic devices for Lilith, he suddenly discovered a very serious problem. None of those people wore any wearables. He didn't know whether or not these people brought phones, but no one had their phones out at this moment. Fu *K. Can someone make a call so I can hack you? Jiang Chen was desperately looking for solutions as those people were about to enter the building. He randomly pointed the laser at the sunglasses of the agent behind Frank. However, the word, transmitting, appeared on his screen. He guessed right in that the sunglasses were indeed an electronic device with a built-in storage device, built-in camera, and Bluetooth chip. The camera was probably used to take pictures. After all, a professional, such as an agent, shouldn't use their phones to take pictures while on intelligence missions. The agent probably would have never guessed that his own tool would become a loophole for Jiang Chen. But then again, only advanced artificial intelligence would be able to install a backdoor in a tiny memory space in such a short amount of time and bypass the private encrypted security layers. Even Chief Security Engineer Xia Lei couldn't do this. After all, it was no longer a field that humans could reach. It's done. Soon, Lilith's voice entered his ear. The words, like heaven's blessing, let Jiang Chen breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at the picture on the tablet and a smile appeared. With the help of the Bluetooth chip, the data was transmitted back to the drone in real time, and it transmitted directly to Jiang Chen's tactical eyepiece. Although he couldn't hear anything, Jiang Chen had completely entered the perspective of Agent A, who, at this moment, followed Frank. Although he didn't know where they were going, Jiang Chen believed that it must be related to those servers. The servers were the key for celestial trade to remove the UA's influence in the Western Pacific. As long as Nippon fell, the only thorn in front of the Earth Defense Alliance would be South Korea. And most critically, he could not allow the UA to get T-virus data. It was a ticking time bomb. Even if they didn't use it on others, they may kill themselves with it, and it would be a detrimental lose to the world. Regardless of the reason, Jiang Chen was determined to get those servers. Before we load the container, all servers will be placed in the confidential archives room. Not even a fly can get in, let alone ghost agents. You can rest assured. This is not the first time we have stored your package, Major Admiral Howard said. The opponent is celestial trade, we have to be more cautious, Frank said. Major Admiral Howard shrugged and continued to lead the way. They chatted along the way, but regardless of what they said, Jiang Chen couldn't hear it. The electronic sunglasses had a built-in camera, but obviously, there was no built-in microphone. The detective must have something like a headset on him, but it was neither turned on nor taken out. Although Jiang Chen, from the perspective of Agent A, tried to read what they said by reading their lips, because this perspective was focused on the back of the three officials, he ultimately gave up on this idea. He maintained a distance of 50 meters between the drone and the signal source as he patiently waited for them to stop. Not long after, they stopped at the door numbered 014. Major Admiral Howard took out the key, said a few things to Frank, and personally opened the door. Just as the iron gate opened, Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. His eyes looked over Major Admiral Howard's shoulder and there was a row of servers in the middle of the room. Maybe an EMP could take care of it. Can't. Jiang Chen quickly rejected this idea. He was not on the Colombian battlefield. He was in the Yokosuka military base, the headquarters of the UA Army in Nippon, and the location of the 7th Fleet. The global situation was already quite tense. Although the capital was afraid of the strength displayed by the celestial trade, it didn't necessarily mean that they would continue to tolerate their actions without a bottom line. If celestial trade really dropped an EMP here, World War III would start soon. Suddenly, Jiang Chen had an idea as a devilish grin emerged. Just now, an evil idea suddenly came to his mind. Don't you want T-virus data? Then I will help you. Lilith. What do you want? I'm busy, Lilith replied. Don't pretend, I know you can work while playing games. But then I won't be able to enjoy the fun of the game. Halfway through the conversation, Lilith shuddered as she felt the murderous vibe that traveled from the network cable, and she quickly changed her tone. Is there anything I can help you with? I want to hack those servers, can you do anything about it? Jiang Chen said, without being bothered by the previous incident. You gave me a great question, even I can't hack through the air. Lilith let out a frustrated sigh, then she paused for a second before she continued, listen, well, first of all, you have to make sure that these servers are connected to a power source. Secondly, you have to make sure that I can establish a physical connection with these servers. A data cable would work best. Does it have to be connected to a power source? Jiang Chen frowned. Not necessarily, Lilith said blankly. If you cannot guarantee the power supply, you can also choose to transmit through small pipes like lasers. How do lasers work? Because lasers can generate a microcurrent on the electronic device and directly write onto the hard disk, Lilith explained patiently. I see. Jiang Chen nodded as he understood the mechanics. What are you going to do? Lilith asked, do you want to transmit viruses to it? You'll know tomorrow. Jiang Chen smiled. Well, it's up to you. Jiang Chen recalled the drones and then threw both the tablet and the drones into the storage dimension. Originally, Jiang Chen planned to wait for Frank to take him away when he came out of the military base, but now he could live for a few more days. Jiang Chen went back the same route, quietly left the military base, and returned to the parking lot at the entrance of Mikasa Park. Just as he was starting the vehicle, he turned on the holographic screen of his watch and called Sumitomo Kenichi. The suburbs of Yodo. In an ancient traditional building. Sumitomo Kenichi was in his pajamas as he sat on the wooden floor at the entrance of the backyard. He stared at the moonlight reflecting off the lake, but his thoughts already drifted elsewhere. A graceful beauty kneeled behind him. She held a pot of sake on the plate with both her hands, as well as a few of his favorite dishes. "Kenichi-kun, please eat something," the woman in a kimono said softly. If it were any normal day, he would not mind hugging his favorite beauty, sitting in the moonlight, drinking a few shots, and enjoying the delicious dishes. However, at this moment, both the beauty and the dishes were both tasteless and dull to him. The old fox of the Mitsui family was dead, and it was undoubtedly the CIB who started it. Secular wealth was feudal in the wrestle of superpowers. From the start, the UA never treated the Nippon financial groups seriously. Mitsui Hiroto was killed without even a consideration. Would the little foxes of the Mitsui family dare to seek revenge from the CIB? He was 100% certain that he was the next target. He didn't even dare to let his father or the people who loved him know, otherwise he was very likely to be abandoned by the family as a precaution before the CIB took action. It was no exaggeration to say that his life and death now depended entirely on Jiang Chen's attitude. If there was a ghost agent secretly protecting him, then he should be safe. But who knows? After all, Mitsui Hiroto died under the eyes of ghost agents. "Don't bother me, I have no appetite," he replied in frustration as he rudely pushed aside the plate that the woman in the kimono handed to him. With a cry, the plates were knocked on the ground and smashed into pieces. The girl did not know how she offended the young master. She lowered her head in fear, and didn't dare to clean up the mess on the ground. She only apologized repeatedly, not knowing what she should do. Sumitomo Kenichi couldn't help but feel agitated. Just then, his butler came over with a phone. "Master, your phone dash, I'm not picking up." Sumitomo Kenichi impatiently waved his hand. "But, it's Jiang Chen, wait. Give me the phone." His eyes turned red in an instant, and Sumitomo Kenichi immediately darted up. Before the butler walked to him, he snatched the phone from the butler's hand. Get out, get out." Sumitomo Kenichi blasted the kimono woman and the butler out and walked into the yard barefoot. After he took a few deep breaths, he tried to squeeze a smile that was not much better than crying, then pressed the pickup button with his trembling fingers. Almost as soon as the call was connected, there was an impatient tone. "Why did you take so long to pick up?" "Sorry, it's okay." Jiang Chen was not interested in listening to his explanation. He turned his headset on as both of his hands held onto the steering wheel. "I'll explain one thing to you, and you'll do it right away." "Yes." Sumitomo Kenichi was overjoyed. "As long as you tell me, I will do it right away." Sumitomo Kenichi's attentive attitude made Jiang Chen a little surprised, but he soon understood why. Mitsui Hiroto's death must have scared him. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen just smiled, and said casually, "Are you familiar with civil rights organizations?" "Yes. Of course, I'm familiar." Sumitomo Kenichi nodded quickly. "The Sumitomo Foundation supports more than 200 civil rights organizations. I need you to help me create controversies." Jiang Chen interrupted and directly said. Slightly confused, Sumitomo Kenichi felt something was odd, but he couldn't explain where the feeling came from. He hesitated for a second, then swallowed a lump in his throat before he quietly sounded Jiang Chen out. "Can I ask, what kind of controversies?" "Controversies about the UA," Jiang Chen concisely responded. Jiang Chen was quite sure about Sumitomo Foundation's influence. When Celestial Trade chose them as a partner on the global power grid, they were the ones that influenced non-governmental and civil rights organizations to protest and demonstrate at the entrance of the Prime Minister residence. They were the ones that stated the threats of nuclear power plants, thus indirectly pushed the country's connection into the global grid. He planned to use the same tactic. It was difficult to remove the UA military stationed in Nippon through the behind-the-scene effort of celestial trade alone. The situation required a catalyst. A catalyst that would ultimately end the security treaty, as well as turn the UA into a scapegoat. The catalyst had to be convincing, so that it would be difficult for them to prove their innocence, and could even cause suspicion among their allies. There was no doubt the T-virus data was that catalyst. It just so happened that Nippon was one of the victims of the T-virus. After the country learned that the UA military stationed in Nippon's role of restoring the T-virus data, it was not difficult to imagine the reaction Nippon and even the world would have. The plan would be to use the public to pressure military bases and build momentum for the removal of UA troops stationed in Nippon. Then the Nippon government would take advantage of this momentum to raise objections to the security treaty. Finally, celestial trade would be the final straw. Even if the UA was determined to stay, it would be difficult to gain a firm footing on this Pacific island. As for whether the UA would use other excuses to justify its actions, Jiang Chen didn't know, but regardless of their plans to defend themselves, he had plenty of ways to ensure they remained in the center of controversies. The next morning, outside the Yokosuka military base, crowds blocked the main gate of the base. The soldiers on duty stared nervously at the crowd outside. They formed a line at the gate to prevent the emotional people from storming in. A soldier, wearing a helmet and holding a rifle, silently spoke to the comrade next to him. *T, what the hell do they want to do? Who knows, man? I bet it must have been some idiot who brought a woman he had a one-night stand with back into the base. Who can read what's on the sign? It was not the first time that they have encountered an incident like this. To be precise, it happened several times a year. But this time it was obviously different because there were too many people at the gate. Not only did non-governmental and civil rights organizations in Yokosuka show up, but they also saw groups that came all the way from Yodo. Things clearly got out of control. As the soldiers at the gate chatted amongst themselves, Major Admiral Howard, commander of the Yokosuka military base, had already made more than a dozen calls to the Nippon government. He demanded the police to maintain order, but he only received ambiguous responses. It did not take long for the police to arrive. But it was not only the police, but also microphones and cameras from major news agencies. Major Admiral Howard had a feeling something was wrong. It was no longer an ordinary protest. Not only was Nippon media on the scene, but even reporters from Reuters, AFP, Xinhua News Agency, and other international news agencies made an appearance. Good Lord, 3 of the world's 4 major news agencies were here. It seemed that today's incident could not be downplayed. What's happening outside? Thomas, commander of the 7th Fleet, walked into the room and stared at Major Admiral Howard. The Department of Defense just called me and asked me to clear the trouble at the gate as soon as possible. I just want to ask what's going on out there. It's those servers. Major Admiral Howard rubbed his brows and dropped the phone on the table. You can see for yourself. Also, I received a call from the Department of Defense. With a frown, Thomas picked up the phone. On the screen was the interface of Future 1.0, and it was the news section. Shocking. The UA troops stationed in Nippon carried out such a horrific experiment at the Yokosuka military base. When he saw this headline, Thomas's eyebrows twitched. What is this article? However, after he clicked on title and read down the line of English, his expression became more and more serious. Especially when he saw the picture attached to the news, the look on his face completely changed. The room in the picture was none other than the room they visited yesterday. And the person in the photo was no one else but, in the order of priority, Major Admiral Howard holding the key, himself standing at the back, and Frank next to him. And the servers were in the middle of the room. Thomas took a deep breath, took out the satellite phone, and called Frank. "There is a mole in your people." "I know," Frank said with a sullen expression. He also saw the news. Based on the angle of the photo, Frank knew who betrayed him immediately. And just now, he personally killed his longtime confidant, and then immediately changed his hiding place to a place that only he knew. There was no doubt that those photos were taken with CIB electronic sunglasses. Although these photos were processed to some extent, with the specifications and resolutions modified, and even erased the passwords hidden in the photos to indicate the identity, the angle of the photo betrayed the identity of the photographer. Frank clearly remembered who stood in that position at the time and who pressed the shutter of the electronic sunglasses. Frank just couldn't believe how deep the ghost agents had penetrated the CIB. It was like putting a dagger right against his throat. "The media asked us to verify the authenticity of these photos. After all, Major Admiral Howard and I are in the photos. It's relatively difficult to deny. I want to ask your opinion on what we should do now." "Humph, let them verify it," Frank sneered, "blame it on me if they find anything." All the servers were replaced with new casings, and the numbers of internal parts were all modified to other numbers by special means. Even if they dismantled the servers to pieces, it was absolutely impossible to find any problems. Before the technology experts in Los Angeles recover the formatted data in the servers, there was absolutely nothing they could find. When Frank heard the news, he actually chuckled to himself. Because in his opinion, Celestial Trade was already out of solutions, and it was their attempt at a last-ditch effort with a lack of intelligence. The UA could easily prove that these servers had no problems, and once they proved their innocence, would Nippon take Celestial Trade's words seriously even if they found new evidence? "You mean, open the military base to the media?" Thomas frowned, "But if, open with reservations." Frank did not make anything certain. "Choose a few credible new agencies, allow them to send 2 reporters in, and assign an information technology expert to them. After that, you can send a few Hummers here to take them directly from the gate to the place in the photo. Remember, keep a close eye on these reporters, from when they enter the door to when they leave the door. Prevent them from playing any tricks on the servers. If Celestial Trade plans to use us as the scapegoat, they will definitely use this opportunity. And once their ghost agents fall into our trap, Jiang Chen will be the scapegoat." Frank squeezed these words through his teeth as anger gleamed in his eyes. Outside the Yokosuka military base, police cars lined up in a row, and police officers in explosion-proof suits pulled up yellow police line on the road at the entrance of the base, armed with batons and explosion-proof shields. The sheriff of the city personally stood at the very front as he shouted to the emotional demonstrators, urged people to stay calm, and stopped the protesting crowd from marching forward. "Citizens of Yokosuka, please remain calm. Don't believe the rumors on the internet. Our Prime Minister has contacted the UA ambassador and asked the UA to give a reasonable explanation on this matter. Please trust us, trust the Prime Minister. He will definitely give you a satisfactory answer," Sheriff Fujiyama shouted into the speaker. As he watched the indignant crowd, he started to feel the heat of the situation. He had been in the police force for more than 20 years, and he had encountered crowds gathered around military bases many times, but rarely did the number of demonstrators exceed 500. After all, the military base in Yokosuka was close to Yodo, and only naval units were stationed here. Most of the disturbing aircraft such as the Osprey were generally deployed in Yokota and Okinawa. And the scene in front of him was an endless crowd. Based on his own estimate, there were more than 10,000 protesters at the entrance. It was the first time in his 2 decades of working that he had encountered a situation like this. Sheriff Fujiyama almost lost his voice from shouting into the speaker, but the protesters obviously didn't buy it. "Anyway, you only speak for the UA, right? Kneel down. Apologize. Get out of Yokosuka. Get out with your virus. The citizens of Yokosuka are not your white rats." As Sheriff Fujiyama looked anxiously at the people who began to push the police, the checkpoint at the gate of the military base finally raised its bar. A Hummer slowly drove out and stopped behind the human wall. He took the speaker from an officer and shouted to the crowd. "Please be quiet." The ear-piercing sound shook the eardrums of the protesters in the very front, and for a moment it actually overpowered the slogans chanted by the protesting crowd. Many people stopped talking, put down their fists, stared at the man at the front, and waited for his next sentence. "I am Thomas, commander of the 7th Fleet. You may recognize my face, or you may know nothing about me. But these are not important. What is important is that I stand here on behalf of the entire Yokosuka military base to respond sincerely to the citizens of Yokosuka." While he said everything in his not-so-fluent speech, Thomas glanced at the speech written in phonetics in his hand and continued. "Some photos and irresponsible reports circulating on the internet may have caused your misunderstanding. Here, I'm issuing a statement on behalf of the UA that those are all unwarranted accusations. We will hold those who spread rumors accountable through legal means." There was a boo in the crowd. Obviously, the citizens were not satisfied with the arrogant response. They demanded an explanation, not another diplomatic message. Thomas coughed slightly, turned the speech to the next page, and continued. "I declare once again that the UA Army stationed in Nippon absolutely did not receive Takeda Pharmaceutical servers, nor did it assist the CIB in collecting information about T-virus. In order to prove our innocence, we are willing to open our military base to the media, and the process of investigation and evidence collection will be broadcasted live in real time. Whether you believe us or not, you should always trust your eyes." The boos outside the military base gradually died down. Weird expressions appeared on everyone's faces, wondering if they had heard it wrong. Open their military base. Real-time live broadcast investigation and evidence collection process. Is this still the Yankees' way of doing things? This is too abnormal. Many people hesitantly put down their raised fists and slowly lowered the sign in their hands. Thomas's speech had made them question themselves. If they had really hidden the servers with T-virus data, would they dare to open the military base? Who can guarantee that the servers we see are the same as the ones that appeared in the photo? At this moment, a loud voice appeared in the crowd. Who can guarantee that you did not switch the servers? We can guarantee that not a single server you see in that room has been replaced, and even the orientation of the servers has not changed. Thomas immediately responded to that voice. After we discovered the rumors on the internet, we immediately secured the room, and no one has moved the servers inside. Our surveillance video can prove this. Anyone who doubts this point is welcome to check our footage. At this point, many people were moved by Thomas's sincerity. To be honest, many of the people had already suffered from Stockholm Syndrome. All the UA soldiers who committed crimes in the country had been sent back to the UA and tried in military courts, but they were soon acquitted. Now, the UA was willing to open up their military base to prove their innocence, which made them feel like their opinion actually mattered. Since it was the first time they openly expressed their willingness to allow the media to investigate and collect evidence. Of course, the premise of all trust here was based on the fact that everything Thomas said was true, and that the servers were not associated with Takeda Pharmaceutical and the T-virus. But if the results did prove that the UA was collecting T-virus data, then their stance would not change the slightest. Except before the investigation began, most of the protesters had already believed Thomas's confident statement. The Yankees were not joking. After Thomas finished his speech, two officials, escorted by UA soldiers, came to the media's broadcast vehicle and began to arrange the investigation process. After all, it was a military facility, and it was definitely impossible for a large group of people to enter, so only 10 news agencies were granted permission to enter. In this case, the question of who to choose became very important. If they chose all UA-based news agencies, no one would be convinced by the result. Perhaps because of their absolute confidence, only 2 news agencies named were based in the UA, and even 2 news agencies from Hua were selected despite the opposing views. After the list was announced, all representatives present no longer expressed objections. In addition to the four major news agencies of Reuters, AFP, Xinhua, and the Associated Press, there were also broadcasting companies that were equally influential, such as BBC, NHK, and CTV. As far as the list was concerned, it was fair and square. As to whether the investigation process was truly transparent, it would be determined once the result was released. The unusual cooperative attitude of the UA made the crowd, especially those who wished to see the downfall of the UA, feel hesitant. Including Sumitomo Kenichi and all representatives of anti-UA garrison organizations, everyone did not expect the UA to cooperate in this unprecedented manner. Because usually, even if they were amid controversies, they often had a strong stance. But this time, they just cooperated. Sumitomo Kenichi picked up the phone anxiously and dialed Jiang Chen's number. As soon as the call was connected, he hurriedly said, "They opened their military base, I know, so what? So what?" Jiang Chen's nonchalant response made Sumitomo Kenichi confused. "Do you think I am betting that they will never compromise? They will never open their military base and carry this bowl of dirty water from Yokosuka back to their own home soil? Are you not?" When Jiang Chen said this, Sumitomo Kenichi had a strange expression on his face, because Jiang Chen had already said what he wanted to say. "Use your mind to think about it," Jiang Chen sighed softly. He was about to say something, but he quickly changed the topic and laughed. "Forget it, why am I explaining this to you? Just enjoy the show." After he left the bewildered Sumitomo Kenichi with this sentence, he hung up the phone. After the list was announced, Jiang Chen walked towards Reuters' television production truck. He used a holographic camouflage system to distort the light and shadow of his facial details and completely turned his face into a different one. Although he could always hide behind the scenes and assign the task to a ghost agent, since they were at the last step before they boot out the Yankees, it would be too boring to enjoy the show as a spectator. When the reporter, who was testing his equipment, saw a stranger walk to him, he asked with a frown, "Is there a problem?" Subconsciously, the British journalist thought he was a representative of a certain organization, because many Asians who spoke Japanese accent English had come to him and made some strange requests for his evidence collection. Subjectively, he was very disgusted with this type of behavior, especially when a layman decides to tell him how to do his job. At this moment, when another man approached him, of course, he was not too pleased. "After the interview starts, please point your camera at the server, and stay on each server for at least 2 seconds. After Jiang Chen rehearsed this in his mind, he adjusted his English level and spoke this in fluent English with a Japanese accent. He had directly put forward his requests. "Give each server a shot. Is there any purpose?" The Reuters reporter sneered and said unceremoniously, as he put his equipment aside, "I don't need a layman to tell me how to do my job. I will ensure every second of my footage will give the most objective perspective. It's very meaningful, and it doesn't conflict with anything." Jiang Chen put on a serious expression when he answered the reporter's question, and said, "We have to make sure that every server is inside the room. You just need to give all the servers a close-up shot before the interview. Then, after the interview is over, I'll purchase the material in your memory card for a price of £10,000 per second. Deal?" Without any hesitation, the reporter agreed to Jiang Chen's request. £10,000 a second. This is basically raining money. And all he needed to do was to give a close-up shot of the servers, and the man did not request him to put the shots in the interview. In principle, this action would not violate his professional ethics. Only a fool would not earn this free money. There were 20 servers in the photo, I understand. Jiang Chen took out his phone, shook it, and smiled in the reporter's zealous sight. "I will pay you the deposit for 20 servers first. Based on the agreed 2 seconds, the total is £400,000. As for how much you can get, it's all up to you." The transfer was completed quickly. After Jiang Chen watched the reporter leave, a subtle grin remained on his face and he gave an okay gesture to Gil, who was standing next to him. The latter looked at Jiang Chen in a daze at this moment. Her look of respect had turned into an expression of worship. Just half a minute ago, while Jiang Chen took out his phone and transferred money to the reporter, Gil had quietly installed the data transmission laser probe on the camera the reporter had been working with. At noon, the organizations distributed water and food to the protesters for free. The money for the purchase of food and water came from donations received from society. As for who made these donations, it was naturally the Sumitomo Foundation. With his eyes fixed on the demonstrators outside the military base, Sumitomo Kenichi's fists were clenched, and he kept praying in his mind, praying that the man was really as confident as he was, and he could finally defeat the CIB. Otherwise, his decision to rashly use the influence of the Sumitomo Group to stand with the wrong crowd was enough to tank the reputation he had built in his family, and cross him off the list of candidates for the future head of the family. 2 hours passed, and it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The invited reporters and experts entered the military base under the escort of soldiers. To prevent someone from taking photos along the way, everyone's electronic equipment must be turned in before they arrived at the destination. After they reached the destination, their equipment would be returned to the reporters' hands. Since they entered room 014, the UA soldiers had been keeping a close watch of Xinhua News Agency and CCTV reporters. In their view, without inviting the Xian media, only these people could help the old cunning fox Jiang Chen and his ghost agents play tricks. In the Yankees' distrustful sights, those reporters from Hua were naturally quite dissatisfied and stared back. The French stood aside, and several reporters gathered around a computer expert to comment on these servers. As for the British, the BBC reporter set up their camera properly, while the Reuters reporter entered the room and scurried between the servers like a treasure hunter. He was very persistent and gave each server a close-up shot. The UA soldier stared at the strange behavior of this British reporter and was somewhat confused, but he did not question his behavior. One was because the two countries had always worked closely together, and Reuters had always followed the direction pointed out by the British government. The second was that giving each server a close-up was meaningless in the eyes of Thomas and the others because from when the photo was taken till now, no one had ever touched these servers. Not even a single touch. Although there were 10 media companies in attendance, there were only 4 protagonists here. 10 cameras were ready and aimed at the row of servers, and the British journalist finally ended his treasure hunt at this moment and returned to the Reuters team. The terminal to access the servers was provided by the UA military. Since Thomas was certain there was no problem with these servers, in order to cooperate with the media on the investigation process with more transparency, he specially brought the projector from the conference room and projected the interface of the terminal onto the white screen. In order to avoid suspicion, the experts appointed by the Associated Press were selected last to go. The first to examine the servers was the expert appointed by AFP. After Thomas had the server plugged in, the curly-haired French expert pressed the power button and stepped forward in a responsible manner. After about half an hour, the expert finally shook his head, walked back to the AFP reporter, and gave a rather conservative answer. From the program, I don't see any problems. At least for now, it can be proved that there is no T-virus data in these servers. The next one up was an expert from Hua. The information technology expert also stepped forward to check carefully, but the result was the same as the previous French expert's conclusion. However, he still had doubts about whether the UA had committed fraud, as the expert said. There is no problem with the software. I'm requesting permission to disassemble the server and check the hardware to define the source of these servers. Request rejected. Thomas said without hesitation, all inspections are limited to a software perspective. This is our bottom line. We can't allow you to do something on our server because of your unprovoked accusations. The expert was forcefully removed, and a British expert was up next. The first 2 experts had done their best, and the British expert obviously did not look too confident. After he had operated on the terminal for some time, he shook his head and gave his spot to the expert from the UA. When Thomas saw that the expert appointed by his side step up, there was a triumphant smile on his face at this moment. He could already conclude that they have won this round of confrontations. Celestial Trade may be betting that they will not open the barracks, or they may be waiting for an opportunity to enter the military base and get their hands on the servers, but no matter what the calculations they had a minute ago, when the last expert started to operate on the terminal, they lost all chances of winning. In the sight of Lieutenant General Thomas and Major General Howard, the expert appointed by the Associated Press stood forward. The old man over 50 years old pushed his glasses, walked to the camera, and spoke slowly. The first three experts didn't see any problems. I don't think I can find anything either. After a pause, the information technology expert from California shrugged, and then said, from the beginning, I thought it was a farce, and now it seems that there is nothing wrong with my inference. Someone tried to pour dirty water and obviously, they have shot themselves in the foot. However, in a responsible manner, I will follow through with the inspection process to the end. As he spoke, he coughed slightly, straightened his collar, and walked to the terminal connected to the servers. Then, I'll restart the server first. As he spoke, he pressed the reset button. Just like the previous few times, the green signal light turned on, and the servers were operating stably. When Mr. Tanaka was deleting the T-virus data, he formatted the server quite thoroughly and did not leave any clues that may connect it back to the T-virus. If it were not for special means, with several days or even months of hard work, it was impossible to restore the formatted data. When the Hua expert proposed to disassemble the machine, it could have been a good way to prove that the servers were from Takeda Pharmaceuticals, but the UA would never agree with this request. Even if everyone was reluctant to accept the truth, they could only watch as the restart button was being pressed and wait for Thomas to proclaim his victory. But at this moment, the UA expert was stunned. Thomas and Howard were stunned. Everyone was stunned. As well as people who were in other parts of Nippon and even around the world that watched the broadcast live. The startup screen was still the same, and the interface did not change. However, a line of words popped out on the screen and stung. T-virus database, restarting, restart successful, loading. A long stream of data spewed out from the text box on the left side of the screen, and the rotating three-dimensional image on the right side was the morphological structure of the T-virus and the RNA molecular chain. At this moment, all this data was projected onto the white screen. Thomas's eyes turned red, and he rushed to unplug the power, but it was too late. The 10 media companies on the scene were all live broadcasting this event, and this scene had been broadcasted to every corner of the world. The UA expert was completely dazed as his finger still hovered above the restart button. He had yet to recover from the fact that he had done a huge favor for humanity. The live broadcast was interrupted. The public was in an uproar. The citizens of Yokosuka, who still possessed a hint of friendliness to the UA military, almost smashed their phones in anger, and the signs that had been put aside were raised again. The police, who persuaded the citizens to stop moving forward, revealed mixed emotions and also wavered. The indignant people shoved the police line as they shouted, "Get out of Yokosuka! Liar! Shameful liar! I'm petitioning to lift the security treaty. Yokosuka is not a guinea pig, get out." Not only the gates of the Yokosuka military base, but demonstrators had started to converge in front of the gates of military bases in Yokota, Sasebo, and even Okinawa. With wooden signs held up high, they shouted protest slogans. While they responded to the people of Yokosuka, they shouted an easy-to-understand phrase to the soldiers in the military base, "Get out." In the UA. The man in front of the TV watched the news as he covered his head with both his hands in despair. T-virus, God, tell me this is not true. He could not believe that his country really tried this. Originally, he still firmly believed that this must be a malicious campaign by Celestial Trade to smear the UA's image. After all, it was not the first day that Future 1.0 criticized the UA. However, with the evidence in front of his eyes, it was impossible for him to close his eyes and ignore it. In the comments section of major websites and forums, the keyboard warriors were already battling. Why does the CIB want to get T-virus data? Unbelievable, what do the politicians in the capital want to do? The United Nations should take over these servers immediately. No, that's not right. They should be destroyed immediately. I don't agree with surrendering the servers. The T-virus can be used as a deterrent, as long as we are cautious enough not to really use them. It's like a nuclear warhead in a silo, both sides held their own opinions. One side believed that national interests were above all else and understood the CIB's collection of T-virus data. The other side believed that humanitarianism was the priority. Regardless of the purposes, biological weapons should not be used for military purposes. In a sense, the polarization of opinion also reflected the confusion of the UA people on whether they were leaning left or right. And this is the reason why Trump almost caught up in support of Kennedy in less than half a year. Regardless of how polarized opinions were on the internet, the people of California were obviously not satisfied with using the keyboard to express their political views. In particular, citizens of San Francisco and Los Angeles took to the streets and surrounded the state government and CIB buildings with slogans and protest signs. Based on the information disclosed by Future 1.0, these servers were originally planned to be shipped back to Los Angeles. So, no matter how the UA authorities and the CIB planned to deal with these servers, the final destination, California, was a dangerous location. Even as a fanatical zombie culture lover, no one really hoped to see the day where The Walking Dead really happened. Different from the polarization of opinion in the UA, public opinion abroad was relatively more unified, almost overwhelmingly disappointed in the behavior of the UA. Especially the Finnish people, who suffered because of the Eurofjorn, took a clear-cut stance against the UA this time. The Finnish Prime Minister even publicly condemned the CIB's behavior, calling their action a crime against humanity. In a mansion on the outskirts of Yodo, Sumitomo Kenichi stood in his study, with a phone in his hand, and casually chatted. "Yes, father, I sent them. My reason is very simple. The UA's hegemony is fading, and now is not the time to be cautious. If we stand firmly on the side of celestial trade, they, as the winners, will definitely not forget the contributions we have made. This is not gambling on the future of the family. In my eyes, it is a win-win situation. I just sold the favor to our ally. The UA must withdraw from Nippon within 2 years. There is a high possibility that celestial trade will be the replacement. As for my personal safety, it is nothing in the interests of the family." He did all he could to resist the urge to laugh as he made an awe-inspiring statement. His father's praise made him feel a little airy, especially when he heard that the old stubborn uncles in the family had gradually changed their views of his young and vigorous character. His heart was pumping so proudly that it was about to jump out of his chest. After he hung up, he couldn't restrain himself anymore and laughed hysterically. "This is amazing. Amazing. So amazing." Out of all those who wished for the downfall of the UA, Sumitomo Kenichi was the most excited at this moment. In the beginning, when Jiang Chen asked him to instigate the people to protest, deep down, he was reluctant. Not a single consortium dared to go against the UA before the CIB and the UA military left Nippon, let alone as the eldest son of the Sumitomo consortium. In contrast, these Nippon financial groups would rather offend the prime minister of their own country than offend the commander-in-chief of the UA military in Nippon or the chief of staff of the CIB in Nippon. Because any actions of the former could not bypass the national diet, while the latter could directly bypass national diet and even all the rules and regulations. Mitsui Hiroto was an example. Hiroto was still the owner of a big consortium, Kenichi himself was just the eldest son of a consortium. But even if he didn't dare, he had no other choice at the time. Because Jiang Chen was very clear, it was his only path to survive. He had to bite the bullet. After he bypassed the head of the Sumitomo Foundation, also his father, Sumitomo Kenichi directly used his influence on the civil rights organizations funded by the Sumitomo Foundation to organize protest activities at the military base. After he had done all of this, he completely shut himself in the study of his private home while he waited nervously for the final result of this event. From the time when the number of protesters exceeded 10,000, to when the UA made the odd decision to open up their military base, his uneasy heart pumped rapidly with every media report. Especially half an hour ago, when he saw experts from 3 different countries all unable to find any evidence before the UA expert decided to try, Sumitomo Kenichi also drowned in the feeling of hopeless. However, what he never expected was that the plot actually reversed at the last minute. The UA was caught in the hands of its own people. The dumbfounded information technology expert made him almost sing in joy. He immediately turned on his phone that was turned off and called his father who had been dialing. Everything felt like a dream. Until last night, he was still living under the death threat of the CIB. However, he did not expect that in less than 24 hours, he was already amongst the winners. What the hell is going on? Carter yelled at Lieutenant Admiral Thomas, "Why did you open the military base? Are you stupid? You could have blocked out the annoying cameras outside of the base. Why did you give them the opportunity to obtain evidence? When do we need to explain our actions to others? Have you forgotten who you are loyal to? Take a good look at the national emblem on your own hat." But Frank, Lieutenant Admiral Thomas's face was flushed as he tried to justify his actions. However, before he could finish speaking, Secretary Carter's roar interrupted his speech. "That idiot Frank is fooling around, and you are following him. Lieutenant Admiral Thomas, and Major General Hogg, I don't want to say more about your stupidity, now, no, immediately. Block the military base immediately. Prohibit anyone from coming in and out. I mean anyone. Didn't you ask me to cooperate with the CIB?" Thomas cursed in his heart, but he dared not to say anything and had to accept the order. Carter's chest was pumping violently up and down and he had to change the hand holding the phone. Then he leaned against the chair for a moment to calm his breathing down. Maybe he cursed, or maybe he just didn't want to hear Thomas's voice. He broke the silence. "So that's it, do what I just said." Wait a minute," Thomas hurriedly said as Secretary Carter was about to hang up. "What else?" Carter said impatiently. "What should we do about the reporters? They are still under our house arrest in the military base," Lieutenant General Thomas said immediately. "Confiscate their memory cards, then kick them out," Carter said with a headache as he pressed his fingers against his sore temple. Yes, although he doubted the usefulness of the action, Lieutenant General Thomas nodded. After he hung up, he took a deep breath, suppressed his burning anger, and dialed Frank's number. If possible, his wish to grab the guy by the collar and question the idiot to see how he could come up with such a foolish plan. If he didn't handle this properly, there was no doubt that he and Major Admiral Howard would be used as the scapegoat behind this incident, and may potentially end up in military court. He only regretted the fact that he chose to believe in that idiot's plan in the first place. To his surprise, the phone rang more than a dozen times and still did not connect. Thomas dialed the number again, but the busy tone on the other side remained the same. *K. Where did this idiot go? After Thomas cussed it out, he slammed the phone down. Major Admiral Howard, who stood next to him, looked to him solemnly and asked, "What's the matter?" "Who knows what he's doing," Thomas swore, dropped the phone on the table, then put his head down on the desk as he grabbed his hair in pain. "God, who can tell me what I should do now?" The key person disappeared. Based on Secretary Carter's request, he should release those reporters. It's okay to release them, but what about after? How should they explain to the protesters who surrounded the base? How should they explain to the Nippon government? How should they explain it to the Capitol, Congress, and even military courts? And Secretary Carter did not tell him anything about these unanswered questions. "How did you come up with this plan?" In the office of the Xin embassy. Gil looked at Jiang Chen with eyes of disbelief as she stood in front of the desk. There was a touch of admiration on her face and it became more and more obvious. Although she also came up with many plans to destroy those servers, she never imagined such a creative solution. Even when Jiang Chen explained the whole plan to her, there were still many doubts in her mind. It wasn't until time passed that she gradually realized the brilliance of the whole plan. My idea was very simple. If they chose to be a turtle and respond to all doubts by ignoring them, then I would prevail in the public's eye and continue to use them as scapegoats until they are completely annoyed and flustered. However, with their attitude, it's very unlikely for them to do that. Since an opportunity to prove their innocence lied in front of them, they can easily use me as a scapegoat, and I don't believe they can withstand this temptation. Jiang Chen grinned. Especially when they had not won against celestial trade in a public opinion battle for a long time. Being on the edge of victory always made people lose sense of their surroundings. If we hadn't done anything, would they have discovered issues with those servers? Gil wondered. They were so confident that they couldn't be exposed. You can say that, Jiang Chen nodded. It's impossible to recover the formatted data without a whole technical team working day and night. Just relying on a few experts with a terminal is not enough to get anything, let alone just having an hour. The only chance to spot any issues was to disassemble the servers, check the electronic parts in the case one by one, and look for clues about the connection between this batch of servers and Takeda Pharmaceutical. But you have also seen it when the experts from Hua made the request to disassemble the machines for inspection, the Lieutenant Admiral refused without hesitation. But what about those servers? The T-virus data is contained on it. If they copy that data, Gil wondered. It's impossible, Jiang Chen shook his head and said slowly, I only said that I would give them a big gift. When did I say that the virus data I gave them is real? Gil took a second to process before her eyes lit up. With her cleverness, she instantly understood what Jiang Chen meant. Jiang Chen used the same logic as the UA military. The UA military used the point that experts appointed by media would not be able to prove that these servers contain T-virus data in a limited time to prove their innocence. And Jiang Chen also took advantage of the fact that no one would be able to verify the authenticity of the data within a limited period of time to trick them. Yes, the data Lilith transmitted to the server was fake. Other than the structure diagram of the T-virus and the RNA molecular chain, which had long been published, the information transmitted to the server was a forgery from celestial trade, and some of the information in this fake virus was also missing. It was impossible for the UA to prove the fact the virus was fake unless they produced favorable evidence. However, under what circumstances could they prove this? It would only be possible given one scenario. And this correct answer, in turn, would make the fact that they collected T-virus data a reality. It was a contradiction in logic. Therefore, they had to accept the fact that they were forced to be the perpetrator. Gil's pupils flashed with a light of admiration. If she only respected Jiang Chen's strategy before, she had full admiration over his abilities now. It was that she hid everything in her heart and did not show any obvious emotions. The next step is to get rid of Frank, and then force the UA military out. We have almost won this confrontation. Jiang Chen, who stared at the ceiling, leaned back on his chair and thought about it for a moment, then he said, as for those servers. Regardless of whether they take that piece of data seriously or not, I will send it to them as a consolation prize. Even if they successfully restore the data deleted by Tanaka, they would still be confused by the fake data transmitted by Lilith. Therefore, the possibility that they could restore the T-virus data was infinitely small, and it was no longer meaningful to destroy those servers. What's more, the fact these servers were still in the UA's hands was more beneficial to Jiang Chen. I see, Gil said seriously. Anyway, the opening ceremony of the Olympics will be in a few days. I hope to end this mess soon, preferably before the torch symbolizing peace is lit. Jiang Chen smiled at the serious-looking Gil. He joked humorously, after all, as an amateur athlete, I also want to cherish this hard-won opportunity. As an amateur athlete, Jiang Chen was not joking. Just a few months ago, he became a part of the Xi'an Olympic Committee and participated in the Olympic Games as an athlete. Not surprisingly, he might have been the first person in the history of the Olympics to appear in the opening ceremony as an invited guest and athlete at the same time. Xi'an was only founded as a country a few years ago, and this Olympics was the first world-class sporting event for Xi'an athletes. As a small country, the base number of athletes in Xi'an itself was very small, to the point where many events had no participants. Someone may ask, why not give all the athletes the genetic vaccine, or let celestial trade soldiers sign up? Sports with skill requirements such as football and basketball would be hard to guarantee a victory, but it would be no exaggeration to say that Xi'an could dominate all track and field events. In addition, with their existing technology, it was absolutely impossible for the Olympic Committee to detect the genetic vaccine. Unless they compared the difference in DNA of germ cells and somatic cells, it was possible to detect a trace of difference. But was this meaningful? If he gave the vaccines to athletes, the game itself would lose its meaning. To be honest, Jiang Chen did not care about how many gold medals Xi'an could win. On the premise that he could let all the legal citizens of Xi'an live in the envy of the people of the world, he did not think he or Zhang Yaping still needed to rely on gold medals to boost national self-confidence. If the athletes won, they deserved to be cheered. If the athletes lost, just work harder next time. The process of competing in the Olympic Games was something enjoyable, there was no need to make them into products on the assembly line. With this mentality, when he saw that there was a category that no one registered in, Jiang Chen decided to sign himself up. As for the category, it was not track and field nor weightlifting, because competing in these two categories would serve no meaning at all. The genetic vaccine could allow him to run at a superhuman level, and there was no point in weightlifting at all. His various body stats had reached the limit of mankind in the 21st century a few years ago. Even if he did win, it would not bring him any sense of accomplishment. Just as Jiang Chen was in the Xi'an embassy office casually chatting with Gil about the next steps, an emergency meeting was taking place in the capital. The meeting place was in the president's office. The meeting was attended by the outgoing Hill, Secretary of State Kerry who had competed with her for the presidency, the summoned CIB Director Henry Wilmot, as well as Secretary of Defense Carter and Advanced Projects Agency Director Melvin Laird, who both were involved in this matter. When Henry entered the room, he eyed Kerry. The former was a part of the latter's presidential campaign, but the latter looked away subtly at the moment. A slight disappointment appeared in Henry's eyes. He lowered his head for a moment as if he had made some kind of decision, then he raised his head again. Henry Wilmot. With a sharp gaze locked on Henry's face, Hill said harshly, "Do you know why you are standing here? What should come always comes." Henry knew that he could not escape his fate. It was the consensus of the international community to oppose the T-virus. After a scandal of this scale broke out, it was not enough to rely on sincere apologies. Someone had to take the blame for the scandal, and this person could not be the righteous capital, nor the Department of Defense that followed orders, so there seemed to be only one suitable candidate left. It was time to settle everything together. In the Colombian crisis, the CIB was certainly also responsible. Isn't it because I'm the CIB director? Henry, who had completely thought everything through, despite the different gazes that were focused on him, he shrugged and laughed out loud. Besides this reason, I can't think of anything else. The director of CIB was directly appointed by the president, and the position also served as a senior intelligence advisor to the president and Congress. The position was often referred to as the gear of the president. Although the position required a nod from Senate, kicking him from this position only required a nod from the president. You have 3 minutes to defend yourself. If you can't make a convincing explanation of what happened at the Yokosuka military base, you may have to go to the independent prosecutor to explain yourself. Hill didn't look Henry in the eyes, but instead, she flipped through the papers on the desk blankly. "There is nothing to explain," Henry stared into Hill's eyes, and said emotionlessly, "I will be responsible for my mistakes." From the moment he stepped into this building, he had anticipated what might happen today. No matter what kind of explanation he gave, the final outcome would not convince anyone, and he would be used as a scapegoat. It was the only option to reduce the stain on the country. "Mike Pompeo will take your place," Hill said. "I have no objection," Henry said softly. The young man who had been standing in the corner of the office stepped forward, nodded slightly to Henry, and extended his right hand. "Mike Pompeo, Senate. Thank you for your continued efforts in the nation's interest. Now it's up to you." Henry shook the extended hand and looked Mike in the eyes. His previously relieved voice now carried a tone of solemnity. "This position is far more dangerous than you think." "I'll perform my duties as if I'm walking on thin ice," Mike said politely, but the upturned corner of his lip still couldn't hide the sense of pride. Henry keenly noticed the upturned curve, but he just smiled and shook his head. "First of all, congratulations. But before that, as your predecessor, I have to give you some advice." Mike did not reply, but slightly lifted his chin and motioned him to continue speaking with his eyes. "Stay away from that man, you know who I am talking about. Including me, my predecessor, Mr. Naomi, and his predecessor," Henry said as he shook his 3 fingers. His originally serious expression suddenly burst into laughter. He shook his head and laughed in self-mockery. "Since the establishment of the CIB, this is unprecedented. In less than 5 years, 3 directors have been forced to step down, and all because of the same man. Mr. Wilmot," Hill coughed and said expressionlessly, "if this is your advice to your successor, then your speech is over." "Yes, Madam President." Henry bowed gracefully, gave Carrie one last look, then left the room. No one stopped him. They only watched the loser's departure with coldness and indifference. For some reason, Mike suddenly felt that the back of the man leaving the meeting room was so bleak. A coolness gradually rose in his heart, and Mike nervously gulped. The moment the door slammed shut, he suddenly understood why he felt this way when he should be enjoying this glorious moment in his life. Because from Henry's back, he vaguely saw the shadow of another person. That person was no one else but himself.